in Iran. On Truth Social, he said if Iran shoots and violently kills peaceful protesters, the United States will come to their rescue. At least 6 people were killed in 5 days of protests across the country over inflation. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani officially taking office Thursday. Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders telling Mamdani supporters that his victory sends a message to the rest of the country.
That is that when working people stand together, when we don't let them divide us up, there is nothing we cannot accomplish.
Mamdani vowed to ensure the rights of tenants, and investigators continuing to search for victims of a fire at a bar at a ski resort in the Swiss Alps. 40 people were killed, 115 injured. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
No trouble for Oregon in the Orange Bowl. They handle the Red Raiders of Texas Tech. Final score 23-0. Indiana throttles Alabama in the Rose Bowl 38-3. From the NFL, Saints receiver Chris Olave developed a blood clot in one of his lungs. He will not play in the team's season finale against the Falcons. He should be okay. Jordan Love has cleared the concussion protocol, but he will not play in the Packers season finale. Lamar Jackson will certainly play for the Ravens in their season finale against the Steelers. That's the Sunday nighter with the AFC North title up for grabs. Big baseball news, the Astros have landed the offseason's top Japanese pitcher, Tatsuya Imai, 3 years, $63 million. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Jay Berman, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
It's the chaos, though, that has allowed the door to swing wide open for IU's turnaround. And sure, there's a solid NIL collective there. Hoosier Connect is doing great, but it's Kirk Cignetti who has ultimate control over player personnel, all of the roster decision. He handles the day-to-day operations. He handles the contracts. He okays all decisions in recruiting. He is extremely hands-on, but he has to be. He's half part old school and half part of this new age, this forward thinking. And it's a crucial element that he's able to handle it. He can handle it. He still demands buy-in, sacrifice, devotion to the Hoosiers program. It's been culture building on Adderall, and it's worked.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're so delicious and with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Giving blood is easy. It only takes about an hour, and a single donation can help save up to 3 lives. Donate now. Call 1-800-RED-CROSS or redcrossblood.org.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Truck drivers are getting older, and young folks are not interested in taking the wheel of a big rig. The job's long, lonely hours, dangerous conditions, and low pay don't appeal to many. However, Walmart is changing the game, growing its trucking workforce by 33% in the last 3 years. Walmart pays its drivers more than the typical rate. The starting annual wage is as much as $115,000. They have predictable schedules and Wi-Fi equipped trucks. The retailer has also taken a number of steps to make the journey safer, like pairing drivers up on more dangerous routes. These initiatives have helped the retailer attract an unusually large share of women to the field dominated by men. About 18% of Walmart truckers are women, according to Revelio Labs. That's nearly double the rate of female drivers at competitors. A Walmart transportation executive says a lot of applicants are coming their way. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic, could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did, they gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline nasal spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. Their max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, the Kayal and Company show. Tom Azelby sitting in for the Kayal and Company crew this January 2nd. Happy New Year. I'm sure many of you have already broken your New Year's resolutions. Are people still doing that? I guess they are. I have seen more people at the gym in December. I think those are the people getting ready to get into to fulfill their resolution in 2026, and that's good. You know, I'm not down. I'm good with resolutions. I don't want to badmouth them and say everyone breaks them or whatever. I think there's good to kind of plan out what you want to do for a year. I think it's good stuff. Anyway, today's producers Kirk Corliss and Phil Omquist. They're running the show today.
Good morning.
Good
Happy
morning,
New Year.
Kirk. How are you? You know, I heard rumors about you, Kirk.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I heard, New Year's Eve, you were out with some mummers partying. You ended up at a late-night dance club. Is that true? And then...
False.
Well, everyone was so impressed is then you just showed up and, did 2 shows like it was nothing. That's what I heard. They said it was unbelievable.
Yeah.
We know that's not true.
Exactly right. But
we are a bit, you know what? Yeah, especially for me, I've done more shows in this week than I've ever done in my life.
Yeah, like I said, you've been more shows. You should have your own show, which, by the way, you do have a show tomorrow morning from 8 to 9.
Thank you for reminding the audience about that, Kirk. I do appreciate that. I do. Tomorrow's show, actually, I'm going back in time. I'm doing a little bit of Murder, Inc. tomorrow. I'm talking about David Berkowitz, the serial killer.
Nice.
And what a retired detective from Yonkers, working with my guest, Manny Goodman, who's an architect design, but he's been studying the Berkowitz case for 30 years. And they believe they have tied him to a shooting spree or a sniper spree when he was 17. 5 years before, he went around killing the young people in cars, shooting them in the back of the head with a .45. He's an architect design guy, but he's a crime guy, and you can see some of his work out there on YouTube. But I think they're onto something. And if you're not familiar with The Son of Sam and David Berkowitz, it was a horrifying case. This was a live serial killer roaming around New York, just shooting people in cars. So we're going to get that. We're going to get to that tomorrow, which I'm really looking forward to. So obviously, if you're listening, you can see it. You can live stream us on YouTube, the iHeart and Odyssey apps. You can do that, or you can listen live at 12:10 a.m. And but I am looking forward to tomorrow's show. You know why else I'm looking forward to tomorrow's show?
What's that?
It's only 1 hour.
Right.
It's only 1 hour.
It goes probably pretty quick. And a lot of people don't know, behind the scenes, a lot of work goes into it.
Yeah.
And all the hosts here at PHT does a lot of work. We'll pull clips, what have you, but a lot of work goes into it. But the outcome is great, and the hour goes by really quick.
That hour
goes by really quick.
That hour is a quick hour. There's no doubt about that. But I feel like I've been in somebody gave me this term, radio quarantine or radio lockdown this week.
You should be camped out outside of our studios on Market Street.
All I've been doing at home is complaining. Like, be quiet down there. I got college kids in high school. I'm like, be quiet. I got to get to sleep. Someone grab that dog. I've been...
funny you said that, because where I live in Hamilton, in Jersey, New Year's Eve, and you're busting my chops about partying.
Yeah.
I couldn't sleep because there was fireworks going off.
I know, the fireworks
like
are
it was going
brutal.
off like all around our house, and I'm like thinking to myself, one, I'm thinking, are we getting attacked? And but that went away immediately. But I was like, I'm all for fireworks, but not like at 9, 10, 11, 12 a.m. So
no, I hear you. The fireworks are brutal. Last night was definitely better to get a good night's sleep. There was a lot less fireworks outside my door, and there's more than everyone has fireworks now.
Yeah.
It used to be there was like one jackass in the neighborhood lighting them off. I used to be that guy on July 4th, but that's another story. I had this party every year, but last night was definitely a better night to catch up on our sleep. But New Year's Eve was it's tough when you got that, that 4:00 wake up call.
Mm-hmm.
But we got some good guests coming on today at 7:30. I got Pete Sheridan coming on. He was a former federal prosecutor, big time lawyer in the private sector, Harvard lawyer. Real smart guy. We're going to talk about a few different things when he comes on. I want him to explain, just real quick technically, the Southern District of New York versus the Eastern District in New York. You always hear about these big political cases and crime cases going into these two different federal courts in New York City. They're the ones that tied up Trump, too. Maybe we can get into that. It's not going to be a whole legal thing. He's going to comment on a few different things, but I do have Pete Sheridan coming up. Then I have Savannah Craven coming up, and she's on YouTube, Her Patriot Voice. She is a pro-life activist that did interviews on the street. I don't know if she started them again. I'm going to talk to her about that. But there's a video we're going to play, and if you're listening, I'm going to describe what goes on. But she literally is just having a simple back and forth about the pro-life versus the abortion crowd with a person on the street, and boom, she gets assaulted right there on the video. And then the case never gets prosecuted by Bragg. I mean, you have a physical assault right there on the on video, and we're going to talk about Prosecutor Bragg, who is similar to the prosecutor here in Philadelphia, Krasner, where they really they seem to they come down on the side of criminals, and that's definitely a problem. And New York's going to see a lot more of that too with their new mayor, and they still have Bragg as the prosecutor. So those two are going to make quite the team to help bring down New York to a certain extent. I don't know. If the guy's worse than Mayor de Blasio, I'll be amazed. And I gave a report yesterday, if you weren't listening, that my Philadelphia police source says Mayor Parker and Commissioner Bethel are doing I don't want to say bang up job. They're doing a good job. So that's a good positive for Philadelphia. It's good to get good news about Philadelphia. The next thing, Scott Adams. I don't know if anybody is a Scott Adams. He wrote the Dilbert cartoon. He's been battling prostate cancer. It kind of came out the same time Joe Biden's did, that his is metastasized. But he's on X, and Scott Adams he's a cartoonist, and he's got a brilliant mind, and his commentary for the last few years has been really insightful, and he has a different type of cadence and pace when he talks about politics. He thinks outside the box. I've read one of his books called Reframe Your Brain. It's a very simple book. It's just the way to reframe your brain to think a little bit differently, and he uses these little simple tricks. What's depressing is the White House, believe it or not, actually helped him get this experimental drug. But it doesn't look good. This guy is, it's Coffee with Scott Adams, and he sits there on X every morning telling you what he thinks about what's going on in the world. It's very clever. It's very intellectual. But he got some bad news. He told everybody that, they're keeping him alive, but the outcome doesn't look good. He said he's in for a really rough January. He's very honest about his sickness, which is I admire the guy for just the way he just puts it out there. And it's not like a sympathetic thing, like feel sorry for me. he tells his audience, like, I'm banged up now. He actually didn't think he was going to make it through last summer, Scott Adams. He didn't think he was going to make it, and then all of a sudden they got him this experimental drug, which, by the way, Donald Trump has a lot to do with, because when I think in his first administration, there was so much, government, so much red tape, just tying people up from who were in desperate need, meaning they don't have many options. They don't have many options at all. And but Trump passed some legislation that has expedited that. So they can give you a risky drug. And that's good, because when hope is the most important thing when you're in some type of medical condition that is about to take your life. If they can give you a little more time, and the drug might not have been gone through all the rigors or whatever. But, a lot of these drugs have gone through the rigors, but it's the government. They just tie things up. They red tape things to death. So anyway, the Trump White House actually helped out Scott Adams, but it seems like it's only working for a short time, keeping him alive, because he seemed to give a very honest, frank assessment of what he's up against. I might have a friend of mine call in and kind of share a few things about Scott Adams, what's going on with him, and some of the funny things and great things that he's kind of brought to bear. And he's quoted by everybody on X, meaning Elon Musk talks about him. The president has talked about him. A lot of the social media influencers look to Scott Adams for some insight. And his insight is not the same old thing. It's clever. It's real interesting. But anyway, we're going to have him coming up. So we got a few guests lined up for you today. And I'm really looking forward to it. So one thing, man, these Democrats, with all the things that are blowing up on them, and one of them being Minneapolis and Minnesota, which we all know about the fraud there, which is up to about $10 billion, $9 billion with the $9 billion in Medicare and Medicaid fraud, and then you got the $1 billion autism, feed the kids, the babysitting services. The Somalians have done a heck of a job of ripping off the state and the federal government, which in the end is ripping us off. And but a lot of people believe there's going to be other players involved here that go beyond the Somalians, but don't undersell the Somalians. People that come from these countries who were bureaucrats or influential, a lot of them got in here on the refugee program, and they know how to rip off their own government. There's no doubt about it. So we're going to get a little bit into that later today, but the House reconvenes at January 6th. They're going to have their 5th year anniversary hearing on January 6th. The Democrats just can't let it go. I guess they're planning this. It's never about policy. It's never about fixing things in this country. It's about just trying to put up negative information and imagery of how awful Donald Trump is, how awful MAGA is. That is their goal. And if anyone wants to put that back into office in the congressional election that's coming up, it's insanity, total insanity. But you know what? I'm very optimistic. I'm actually going to go through some of the great things Trump has done this year, and then 25 lies the left has fed us over the last year. And I think that's going to be good. 25 lies. And when you go back, you remind yourself of what they did. So we're going to be back. Got a lot more to talk about. We'll be back after this break.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Chris, good morning. How are you?
You guys are going to hate this one. Fruity Pebbles.
I knew it. I knew it was Fruity Pebbles.
I had you picked for an Apple Jacks guy myself.
I knew Fruity Pebbles is so bad for you. Stop right now.
Mama Dawn is going to lecture you, Chris.
I now know that I will outlive one person in this audience. I will outlive Chris.
Not Fruity Pebbles.
Because Chris is eating Fruity Pebbles at 34 for dinner.
And Larry buys this stuff, and then I throw it away. It's the battle in my house.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by Ethos.
The ability to sit and rise is a marker of long lifespan, according to research published in the European Journal of Preventive Cardiology. The test involved middle-aged and older adults sitting on the floor and then standing up with as little assistance as possible. Experts say inability to complete the test suggests more attention should be paid to non-aerobic fitness, including balance, muscle strength, and flexibility. I'm Margie Schaefer.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back to 1210 WPHT. Tom Azelby in for Kayal and Company this January 2nd, 2026. And I got the January 6th panel that is about to reconvene the Democrats. They're calling it, oh, this is great, the Committee for the Ongoing Threat to American Democracy. So that's what they're up to. They're always up to. So it's going to be a public hearing. And from what I understand, all the stations, all the major networks might be broadcasting this. It's going to be like one of those all day things. I think they have subpoenas out for Secret Service agents who was in the car with Trump. They're bringing in some of the Proud Boys. It's the same list of Democratic Congress people. They want to basically they want to show all those images of what happened on January 6th and a lot of editing. This is what they do. And, I'm going to bring these are people I'm going to get on as a guest. There was a brother and sister, and I can't think of their names right now, but believe me, I'm going to deliver these guests on a Saturday morning. They're from Florida, Polk County, Florida. I'm sure you can look them up. And their dad was involved too. Very, very Christian people. But the son and daughter decided to go on the lam, and I think they avoided the FBI for 2 years. They stayed together for a while. Then they went in different directions. And in a weird way, it worked out for them. Because when they finally did get caught, they didn't have to spend that much time in jail because Trump pardoned them. Usually it doesn't work out that way for a fugitive, as the two were. They were fugitives on the run from the FBI for what happened on January 6th. And I really don't think they did anything that awful. I mean, some people, listen, I'm not going to go down who did this and who did what. The bottom line is I find it fascinating that they were able to elude the FBI for a long time. And they have a great story. And what I want to focus on is not really all the January 6th. I'm so sick of it kind of like Epstein. Of course, I'm going to get back into Epstein today. But I'm more interested in how you do that, how you evade the FBI, and then they split up. The brother and sister split up at some point. They decide to go their separate ways. In the end, they would be caught. But man, they were like I was hearing how they stayed away from all electronics and really clever stuff. They're from Polk County, Florida. I love Polk County, Florida. I love the sheriff down there. That's the guy that locked up all the Philadelphia kids for robbing the Dicks, and he was not messing around. So, and I drive through Polk County. I've told people this before. And when I drive through there, I'm like, this is one county I'm not going to cause trouble in. But I'm not traveling through different counties in Florida looking to cause trouble. But I am very conscious when you're in Polk County, you should definitely behave yourself. Matter of fact, in all of Florida, you should behave yourself because it's a right to carry state. And, don't be cutting people off for road rage or whatever. I personally find, and maybe because I'm in Palm Beach County a lot, that I don't know, people seem very civilized down there. And let me tell you this, because I live in Jersey and Florida, there's no signs. There's no lawn signs, not even conservative lawn signs. Rarely do I see any of these dopey signs about, who loves people more and hate. There's no hate, has no home here. And there's no flags either. Not a lot of Ukraine flags or pride flags. It's I don't know. New Jersey's gone nuts. That's why I've given up on New Jersey politically, but I still own a home there. But I have given up on it politically. My advice is move to Pennsylvania if you can and make that state redder. That's because we can't afford to lose the state of Pennsylvania in the next presidential election. So anyway, we know the Democrats are pulling their committee again to drag the January 6th. It's 5 years, and they got to drag that nonsense all out again. That's the best thing they can do. Anyway, I'm going to talk about the Epstein case only because I want to talk about Palm Beach Island in Florida, where Mar-a-Lago is, and I want to give you a little bit of history down there, which will tie in to how Epstein was hanging around Mar-a-Lago at the private club there, and what happened there, and what Trump did to toss him out of there. So let me give you a bit of history about the place. So, and if you're interested in Trump, which I think a lot of people that listen to the station is, Palm Beach Island is a beautiful, fascinating barrier island. So you come into the city of West Palm first, which is about 125,000 people live in West Palm. I think it's a beautiful city. There is some crime there, but let me tell you, it's clean. It's a great place to have a business. I had an office down there, and they have tons of companies now relocating there. Florida's not the waiting room, to go to heaven and see God. There's the place is thriving with business. Wall Street, tech, it's all coming in. But West Palm, I think it is a neat little city. It's got 125,000 people. But when you're in West Palm, there's two bridges that go over the intercoastal onto Palm Beach Island. And when you drop into Palm Beach Island, that's where there is a ton of wealth. And it's been that way since the late 1800s. That's when it really started to boom. And the reason Palm Beach Island boomed is because this guy, Henry Flagler, who was Rockefeller's business partner, ton of money. This guy had a ton of money. And once he was done, doing all the oil business, he had a wife that liked warm weather and wasn't feeling well. I've read his book. It's The Last Train to Paradise or Last Train to Paradise or something. I read it years ago. But so anyway, Flagler started building big, beautiful hotels down the Atlantic seaboard. And he would build the railroad, which he would know how to do because Standard Oil built a lot of railroad infrastructure because they had to move their oil. So this guy, instead of moving oil, he figures out how to build hotels and build the railroad down the Atlantic coast. And he built some beautiful hotels. So one of the famous ones down there is the Breakers, and that's on Palm Beach Island. It's there's one bar in there that I love to go in. Listen, the bill sucks there. When they give you a bill, you can't believe how much the bill is, but the aesthetics and the atmosphere of the bar are so cool. There's a bar which is like a giant fish tank. So you sit at the bar drinking, and it's a long bar, and there's all fish swimming underneath your drink. It's pretty cool. But Henry Flagler, he built the Breakers, and it's still there. It'll cost you quite a penny. You don't even have to. I wouldn't even stay there because if you don't want to pay that price. But what you do, you stay somewhere else, and you go to the bar, and you have drinks, and the food's good, and you just hang out there. It's still expensive, but if you try to stay there, I don't know what they're getting for a meal down there. So anyway, let's get to Mar-a-Lago. It was built in 1923. It's a Mediterranean style. The Post, the cereal family, built it. And so Trump's place, Mar-a-Lago, it's 62,000 square feet, and it's on 20 acres. So on one side, it has the Atlantic Ocean, and on the other side, it has the intercoastal, which they call the Lake Worth Lagoon, but it's really the intercoastal. So you could only imagine 62 acres are wedged in between the Atlantic Ocean, and the water is very blue down there. The Gulf Stream comes really close to the Atlantic seaboard there, and then it gets really close up in Jupiter, Florida, which is about 15 miles north, and then it starts heading back out. So you get Caribbean water down in South Florida most of the time, and it's unbelievable. And for golfers out there, if there's any golfers listening, there is a county golf course. That means it's open to everyone, and it's a county public course. It's a par 3, but the holes are very difficult. It's 18 holes, and some of the holes are on the oceans, and some of the holes are on the intercoastal. There is an Italian restaurant that sits up on a second floor with a beautiful view. But what's nice about this golf course, even if you're not a great golfer or whatever, or a good golfer, it's so challenging because the par 3 holes are pretty long. Some are like 200, 220. The bigger thing I'm trying to say is you can go there and you don't have to go to some fancy club and pay out the nose or connect with someone to play down there. This is a county golf course, and it's only in Palm Beach County could the county golf course be so gorgeous. But it's a reasonable rate to play. And you get a taste of what a really cool golf course is. And it's a par 3. It's hard though. Believe me, even I know all the assistant golf pros and everyone who lives down there in the golf world, all those golf guys go there on their days off on Monday to play and gamble and do their thing. But even these golf pros at country clubs and assistant golf pros, all great golfers, they find this place a great place to play. So I just wanted to let all the golfers out there, if you're up listening to 1210 WPHT, that there's a great golf course. But I'm going to come back. I'm going to talk a little bit more about Mar-a-Lago, and then I'm going to talk about how Epstein ended up there and how it all went down. We'll be back after this break to talk more about Mar-a-Lago, Trump, and Epstein.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-458-3124. 800-458-3124. 800-458-3124.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then,
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Hey, Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. You know, my business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Welcome back to Kayal & Company here in Philadelphia, 1210 WPHT. This is Tom Azelby sitting in for the Kayal & Company crew. I think this is my third show this week in the morning. You know what? It's a tough gig, meaning getting up every morning at that hour. I actually asked Phil, our producer here, I go, do you ever get used to it? And he's like, no. And I get it. It's just, how would you ever get used to getting up that early every day? But you just get it done. That's what they do here at 1210 WPHT. Anyway, we're talking about Palm Beach Island. And I'm telling you about Palm Beach Island because I want to tie in Epstein. I want to tie in Trump. And I want you to know about Mar-a-Lago. It's actually a fascinating place. But so Palm Beach Island, here are some of the names. The Kennedy family started coming down there. This was like another big, the rich and famous. So the Kennedys were down there. They actually built a bunker on a place called Peanut Island, which is an island that's right off of West Palm Beach, and it's right off of Palm Beach Island. And there's actually an old bunker that they built there, the United States government, during, this is the Cuban Missile Crisis era, that if Kennedy was ever down there on winter break from the White House, they would run him over to Peanut Island and stuff him down there in like a cave. I've actually walked by it. They don't give tours of it anymore. I think they did back in the day. But anyway, it's a pretty little spot out there on Peanut Island. You got to take a ferry over to it or a boat. But they did. That was so you had the Kennedys. And then you had the Phillips family, which was a giant steel family. Then you had Stotesbury, who was like J.P. Morgan's right-hand man, very, very wealthy guy. Obviously, I told you about Flagler, who built the Breakers Hotels and a bunch of other hotels, which some people have turned, I think at Flagler College, they turned the hotel into like one of the dorms. It's kind of very interesting. Who else was down there? It was like the Gilded Age. It was the warmer version of Newport, Rhode Island at the time. And this is in the late 1800s, early 1900s. But now Palm Beach Island is still it's full of wealth. You got Rod Stewart down there. You got Bon Jovi, Sylvester Stallone. You got Steve Jobs' widow. And obviously, you got a bunch of other modern day hedge fund type, business tycoons, big real estate magnates live on Palm Beach Island. And, of course, our dear president, Trump, lives down there, too. And, obviously, Mar-a-Lago, let me try to I want to give you, I think it's 62,000 square feet. That's how big it is. And it sits on like 50 to 60 acres. But I'm going to confirm this as I go at the specs on the place. But to give you, so it was Trump's winter home from New York City. He bought it in 1985, and it was he bought it for $10 million. And in today's money, in 1985, $10 million money in 1985. Today in 2025, 2026, that's about $30 million. But the place hadn't really been lived in. What happened is the Post family donated Mar-a-Lago to the United States government because they thought the government might want to turn it into a summer house for all the presidents. It would be like a getaway for all the presidents, but the presidents all decide to have their own little summer getaway. Truman used to go to Key West. I've been to that house. Obama went up to Nantucket to be with all the New England snob leftists. That's where he used to like to hang his hat. Joe Biden, some hedge fund guy, I used to think he used to fund his vacation somewhere out in California in some mansion or whatever. But just a few years ago, when Trump got dragged into court for fraud, meaning he was doing some type of mortgage fraud with the banks, even though the banks got paid back and did very well. This judge tried to list it at like $18 million to $25 million, where today this property is probably worth, where it is, all that acreage, all that size is worth about 300 to 600 million. And the Post family, the serial people, they gave it to the federal government as a gift, and they put it under the National Park Service. But times were kind of bad back then that the government didn't want the expense to maintain it. So it was sitting there. It was getting into bad shape. I mean, the Post family was doing the basics to keep it up, but they actually had to take it back from the government. And that's when Trump swooped in and buys it for $10 million. What's interesting about Mar-a-Lago, the furnishings, the antiques and the tapestries and the sculptures, they were worth millions. And the government had moved them out of there and put them in storage for some reason. I guess they actually thought they might do some renovations, which they never got to. But these things were worth tons of money. They were some of these antiques and tapestries, and they might have been worth as much as the house was. Some of them were considered priceless. I mean, like that they should be in museums. But anyway, Trump, being the businessman as he is, comes in, buys it, and obviously he's buying all the furnishings and everything within that $10 million. So this is your president. The guy's a bright guy. He's a business guy. We've really never had a business guy president like this guy. So anyway, he swoops up this palace, which I would say it's a palace. And I've been by it quite a few times. I plan on getting into it, getting an invite there sometime. Not to anyone famous or anything, but there are events there that, people in the community can go to. But really, Trump made quite the deal. And this is why you want a guy like Trump as president. He understands value. He understands economics. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, Obama. I'll even throw in Bush, even though he had a speck of business ability based on, I don't know, he owned the Texas Rangers, but I think he was more of a figurehead. I'm never kind to him anymore, and I feel bad for throwing the guy under the bus, but he deserves it. But he should have never been president, and he should have been running a Christian college. But this is why Trump is so effective. You see what's going on with the economy. He's making big strategic moves that are going to work out for us. And he did it. He did a big strategic move when he bought Mar-a-Lago for $10 million with priceless antiques and tapestries in there. So let me give you a little background on Mar-a-Lago itself. It's a private club. And they have rooms. I would say it's like think of the Philadelphia Union League on steroids. There's 500 members. It costs about $1 million to join. And the fees every year are about $20,000. So what do you get for that? There's no golf course there, but there's plenty of Trump golf courses in the area. But you get a beach club. There's a spa. And the spa is going to be important when we talk about Epstein. There's tennis. There's croquet. The grounds are gorgeous. It really is. It is the Union League on steroids. Now, non-members can get sponsored, like at a country club. You kids can get sponsored to hold an event there. And I'll tell you, I'll go a little bit off track with a nice story. I have a very good friend down there, and she's an active MAGA. A lot of MAGA down there. I've been in some of the boat parades. Crazy how much support they have for Donald Trump down in South Florida. So her story is one of her friends had beaten. They thought had beaten an illness, and they said, "Hey, let's get sponsored to have her party there, and we're going to celebrate her getting well." So my friend, and I'll call her Captain Bella. Captain Bella, she's got a captain's license down there. She's clever, and that's why she's a good real estate agent. She calls up. She knows Trump is flying. She knows you can see Trump's schedule when this is in his first term. You can see the schedule when he's going to be in Palm Beach. It's out to the public, and you would see Air Force One at the Palm Beach International Airport. You'd land, and there's Air Force One sitting there. It's really cool. But anyway, she knows he's going to be there. So that day, she places a call and says, she tells the story of the person who's going to be hosting an event there and what they've just overcome. And the person who takes the call says, "Listen, I'll run it up to the concierge. I know Trump is in town. We will let him know about your guest and that you will be there tonight. And after dinner, you never know, if he gets a chance, he might come in to see you." So she goes, that's not a good enough answer for Captain Bella. So when Captain Bella gets there that night, she goes, searches out the concierge, and they're having their party in the room. She searches him out and says, "Hey, listen, here's the story about the person that we're hosting the party for. This is what she's been through. She's a big fan of the president. If the president has a couple of minutes, could he please just stop in, say hello to all the guests, and take a picture with our friend who we're hosting the party, who just beat this terrible illness?" And the guy says to her, "Listen, I don't know, but I'll tell you right now, I will deliver this message to the president's people." Later in the evening, boom, the door opens, and guess who comes walking in? Donald Trump. Donald Trump comes walking in, starts greeting all the guests, and lines up and starts taking pictures. And when Captain Bella gets her turn to get her picture taken, she goes up and wraps her arm around his back. And a Secret Service agent comes in and grabs her arm and says, "Ma'am, please keep your arm off the president's back," and pulls it back. And President Trump says to Captain Bella, whispers in her ear in a joking way, and he goes, "Don't listen to him," which is a great story, because that's Trump. A lot of people say he's the funniest guy they've ever met. So that's a very, you know what? Trump's got a lot of kindness in him, too, which the left tries to make him a villain of the world. But that's a personal story of how Trump will go to meet his people when they're in his hotel. Even at his country club up in Bedminster, I have a couple of friends up there. At Saturday night dinners, the parents or the club members wouldn't come up, but they would send all their kids up every week, and the kids could shake the president's hand after dinner, whisper something to him, and then walk down. And he would do it every time he came into Bedminster with the kids of the parents who are members of the club. This is great stuff. I like sharing it because I really think it humanizes our president. We're going to be back. I'm going to talk to you more about Mar-a-Lago, and then we'll get into Epstein.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hola, amigos! It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM Tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM Tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Welcome back to 1210 WPHT. This is Kayal and Company. This is Tom Hazelby from the Old Gravy Podcast, if you want to check out my podcast. And I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 to 9 on the Tom Hazelby Show. Our number here is 855-839-1210. I see some people in the chat talking about that awful flu going around. Believe me, I didn't have the flu. I associate with having a fever. But I've 4 out of 5 in my house have gotten some cold. And let me tell you, I haven't had a cold like this. I don't even remember ever having a cold like this. It's going away. It's almost gone. But wow. And I don't know if this thing is tied into the flu because I'm not a physician. But wow, just banged you up, man. I even sound, obviously, if you're listening to me, I sound like I have a cold. But then again, I always sound like I have a cold. It's just the way I sound. But it's, I guess the thing lasted about 9 days, at least 7. And I don't know. This flu, they say, is really bad. I've only had the flu once in my life. I had it when I was 30. And I swear to God, I thought I was dying. I think it was I went through 3 days of hell, and I went to bed that night, and I made a conscious decision. I said, when I get up tomorrow morning, if I don't feel any better, I got to go to the hospital because I think you got to worry about dehydrating. That's the thing that will get you is the dehydration. And when you have the flu, you throw everything up. You can't even bear to drink anything. But on that 4th day, I woke up. And I felt a little better. And, then I was clear sailing from there. But if you get the flu, be careful. Don't get dehydrated. Do whatever you can because they say this flu is a pretty bad one. And even if you got the flu shot doesn't protect you from all the flus. It might this is what they tell you. It might you might be able to tolerate it better. You might miss it, but there's all different strains or whatever. But they're saying this one's bad. So be careful if you get it. Try to stay hydrated or you end up and you got to get an IV in the arm. Okay, we're talking about, we finished up with Mar-a-Lago, what it's all about. It's a beautiful club. It's the president's residence. When he's in Florida, that's where his residence is. It's a beautiful place. And the New York attack machine tried to say it was worth $18 million when it could be worth anywhere from $300 to $500 million. I see some people in the chat. They realize how expensive that neighborhood is down there. It's really magnificent, and it sure is the heck. 18 million will get you a lot, but it ain't getting you Mar-a-Lago. That's for sure. Okay, so let's talk. Let's get into Epstein. Late 90s, early 2000s. Now, you got all these big financial honchos hanging out on Palm Beach Island. And Epstein is a guy that people like to know because he's a mover and shaker. And I'm telling you, his antennas, not antennas, tentacles, he was into every bank, JP Morgan. I'm not saying he was doing anything illegal, but he was a guy that was connected to all the big elites in society. Culturally, socially, but specifically financially. And he was a mover and shaker. And he was not a member at Mar-a-Lago. But like at a lot of clubs, if you know the owner of the club, you might get some privileges because that's good for business. And Trump at this point in time had no idea what a sexual predator creep that Epstein really was. So in early, he would be expelled by Trump in 2004 to 2007. Now you're going to ask, if he wasn't a member, how do you expel a non-member? Because as a non-member, Trump gave him some privileges, which a lot of clubs do, and he gave privileges to other people who weren't necessarily members. But listen, Trump travels in a big world, and he'll allow people to use his properties. He'll bill them for certain services, but he might not make them a member. Just like I've been to certain clubs and the Union League. I'm not a member there, but I've been there plenty of times. But a little bit different. It's not like someone giving me privileges from the top. But that's the world that Epstein traveled in. So it's not unusual that a guy like Trump would give Epstein some privileges. Now, one of the privileges that Trump did give him was, he could come dine there, but he would be billed. They would send him a bill. He had an account at the salon, the Mar-a-Lago Spa. He did have an account there. And on Palm Beach Island, everything is relatively close to each other. So people that worked in the spa, they could go out to members or favored clients' locations, and their account would be billed back to Mar-a-Lago. And some of the people would say, they have these big, beautiful mansions. And some of the spa people would go out to do manicures or pedicures or massages, and they would go out to these mansions, and the bill would be billed back to Mar-a-Lago. It was all booked. It all went through a proper procedure. It wasn't like the women that worked there were going out the side door and sneaking over to mansions and making cash on the side. Maybe they were, but that's not the case here, and I doubt they would, because you wouldn't want to risk your job if you were employed by Mar-a-Lago. So Epstein was a user of the spa. Creepy Epstein would have spa employees come out and come over and give him a massage. And it was usually arranged by Maxwell, but she was his personal assistant. And that's how rich people operate. They don't book their own appointments. They usually have some type of assistant. That's how you live in that world. And so what happened in 2003, and this story has been told a lot differently. I'm going off a Wall Street Journal story and another story that I read earlier. Everyone used to say, and this could be true too, that he propositioned a member's daughter while she was working inside the club. But this is how the story is now being reported. In 2003, an 18-year-old beautician returns to the club from a house call at Epstein's. And Hey, Kirk, I'm hearing a little music in the back here. You hear that?
Yep.
Yeah, can we kill that?
You gotta go.
Oh, there we go. We got that taken. I don't want you. This is the meatiest part of the story. Maybe we're playing some drama music, like, I'm going to reveal the big thing that Epstein did. But anyway, now you can hear perfectly what I'm going to say, because this is the most important point. 18-year-old beautician returns to the club from her house call at Epstein. She tells the manager Epstein pressured her for sex. That incident is then rolled up to Donald Trump. Donald Trump, this is Trump runs a very tight organization. It runs up through into the HR department over to a manager, and the manager actually faxes Trump. Maybe he's not in Mar-a-Lago at the time. Faxes him the situation, so it goes right up to the boss. Let me tell you, in some organizations, the bosses don't even want to hear about it. It's handled way below them, because it's kind of like the Obama move. Don't tell me what I don't want to hear. Just do it or don't do it. But no, Trump's a hands-on guy. That's how he runs the presidency. So anyway, I'm going to tell you more about what happened with this 18-year-old, and we're going to go into Epstein right after this break.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Anthony Gambone and Denise Gambone. We've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2016.
With the holiday season upon us, there's nothing I'm more thankful for than being here with Crash Proof Retirement. You're guaranteed to not lose any principal, and you're cheering the stock market to go up because it means you make more money.
That's the beauty of the Crash Proof system. I've made money, and I haven't paid for anything. You secure your nest egg, then it's compounded the next year. There is real growth.
Since Tony and I came to Crash Proof Retirement, we have made a substantial amount of money. And what's not to like about coming to Crash Proof Retirement? I would encourage everybody to have that same sense of security and peace for 2026.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, January 14th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, The Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/radio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/radio for 55% off.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Dawn Stensland here. It's the final days of the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event at Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown. You get 0% financing for 60 months plus 0 payments for 90 days on select new models, including the popular Tucson and Santa Fe. 0% interest on the new Hyundai you've been dreaming of from the dealer you trust. Hurry to Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown during the Getaway Sales Event while you still can. PIAZZA, PiazzaHyundai.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back to 1210 WPHT. Tom Hazelby in for Kayal and Company this morning, January 2nd. We are talking about Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, on Palm Beach Island, Trump's home, all about the island itself. And we're now talking about Epstein and his relationship with Trump's club. And where I left off is the reason there was music in my ear is because I had to go to a commercial break. That's why there was music in my ear, because I wasn't looking at the time. Thank you, Kirk, for squaring that away.
No worries. I just wanted to give you, a little bit behind the scenes stuff, but yeah, it's good.
I liked it.
That's a jam.
All right, here we go. So, 2003, Epstein is not a member, but he's got some privileges at Mar-a-Lago at the club. It's a private club. Epstein uses the spa to have some people come, some of the women that work there to come over to do massages. And listen, it's not that uncommon. I said that before. There were other members where you could book things and you would bill it to Mar-a-Lago, to the billing office, and you could get services out at your mansion there on Palm Beach Island. So anyway, an 18-year-old comes back, and she returns to the club and tells her manager that Epstein pressured her for sex. Immediately, that is passed up the chain of command. It actually gets to Trump via a fax. And what I said before, which is very important, a lot of organizations don't feed this up to the boss right away. Even in the smallest companies, they don't want to hear about it. Let HR handle it. Let the manager handle it. But Trump's a hands-on, like literally is a hands-on manager, and he reads the facts, and this is what he says. He says to the manager, "He's out. He's done. Goodbye. Get rid of him." Now, this is back in 2003. This is a couple of years before there'll be a state charges and federal charges against him for abusing underage women. So this is before all this goes down. And believe me, Trump, you can ask any of the attorneys for the victims, the prosecutors of that case down there. And listen, he should have got a lot more than he did, but the federal prosecutor who actually worked in the Trump administration said, listen, some of these cases are tough to win. So we made a deal, and it was a light deal for Epstein. But anyway, Trump was ahead of the curve on this. He bans Epstein from ever coming to the club at that point based on what happened to this 18-year-old beautician. Now, as they dug after she reports this, Trump has him fired, and HR filed. The HR handled this in a very professional way. Nothing was buried, nothing was hidden. And let me tell you, I've done some work in Trump buildings, bringing broadband into New York City. I've never experienced anything like it. They had very specific rules and specific people who could run cabling, like Cat 5 wire, into his offices. I actually had to drive to New York City to meet with the guy. And they're like, listen, if you're bringing broadband to one of our tenants, why don't you come in for a meeting? I've never had that happen. The tenant would, order the service and our people would put it in. But the Trump building, I actually had to go up and meet with the guy, the wire guy, literally, and who wanted to know who we were and why he didn't know us as Verizon because we were a broadband aggregator. And I'm like, wow, This is one tight ship this guy runs. Unbelievable. So I do have a personal experience of how tight of a ship that Trump runs, and the fact that all what happened to this beautician, how quick Jeffrey Epstein was banned, and how everything was documented, and they run on a very tight playbook. There's no doubt about it. Let me tell you, Trump's decisive. Corporate America would be like, oh, we got to investigate or whatever, and corporate America has their own creepy clients and executives. But in 2006, so this happens in 2003. In 2006 is when Epstein gets arrested and convicted, even though he would go to jail at night, come home and work on his business. My bigger point here is that Trump was done with this guy Epstein, completely done with this guy Epstein in 2003. The guy 3 years later gets arrested, convicted for all these sexual misconduct charges. But guess what? Guess who doesn't give up on him? The rest of society. Wall Street doesn't give up on him. He's up to his neck in business with one of the billionaires, and it's public knowledge. I hear the guy's actually a nice guy, but who knows now? Leon Black, he's been caught up into it. Even some people at JP Morgan, I've read that they sent like joking emails like, oh, we're doing business with Mr. Creepy or whatever, something along those lines. And now the executives, and that's a perfect example. Now their emails are all in the Epstein files. They didn't do anything. They were doing banking business with them and basically calling them a creep. Now, they're anyone associated. They were on Epstein Island. They're part of the crime just for doing business with them and sending an email about them. But JP Morgan wrote them a check for $258 million or something to the Epstein, settlement case. Because, they did his banking or whatever, but so many people just want to run from it. So I understand why there's a lot of redactions, and you should be happy that there are some redactions. I know a lot of MAGA hates when I say this, but there's so many people that could get pulled into this and they had nothing to do with it, and it'll be all over social media and it'll all be misconstrued. Even RFK, head of Health and Human Services, he was asked on a radio show, were you ever on Epstein's plane? And I think Sean Hannity's like joking. And RFK goes, yeah, I was on it twice. I flew my kids out to South Dakota to go dinosaur bone hunting. Epstein wasn't even on the plane. And then once I flew to an environmental conference on Epstein's plane. So that's what I mean. This dragnet of destroying all these people who had nothing to do with them. Believe me, you wouldn't want it done to you if you had some association with somebody, and then all of a sudden it can be twisted and turned on social media that now you're a sexual predator. So there is a reason that they have to be careful with this, and I don't like innocent people getting taken down for just an association. Or I might not be sitting in this chair right now, Kirk. I'm only kidding. Listen, yeah, there's people that you've associated with in life, and you had no idea. I said on the show a while ago, I fly down to West Palm. Joey Merlino sat next to me 2 times. What's the chances of that? I'm in the aisle seat. He's in the middle seat. That is very rare that occurs, by the way. And actually, I'll be honest with you, he was a very nice seatmate on American Airlines. We had a very pleasant flight. 2 times within a year and a half, sitting right. That's never happened to me in my life, sitting next to the same person. Forget that who he is. I've never sat next to the same person on a flight twice within a year and a half. Anyway, so let me tell you about the second part of this, how Trump gets rid of Epstein in 2003. 2006, he's convicted. Now go to 2010. This is post-conviction. He's now a known sexual predator. Let me describe a dinner party. Prince Andrew's there. George Stephanopoulos, the head of ABC News, is sitting down for a wonderful dinner at Epstein's mansion in New York City. He knows all about what happened to Epstein, and this is 2010. Then you have Charlie Rose from PBS, CBS, the big interviewer. That guy, he's sitting down at the dinner in 2010. In 2017, we'll know that there were up to 27 women that said he was a perv and he had to be fired from his job. He's at the Epstein dinner. Then you have Woody Allen was at that dinner with Soon Yi. Now, Woody's got a lot of his own problems with some of being accused by his ex-wife, and these are alleged. I'm not saying they're true. For any of these guys, if once they were prosecuted, I don't think Charlie Rose was prosecuted with anything. He did lose his job. So Woody Allen is at the dinner with Soon Yi, and Soon Yi was his stepdaughter, who he then married, which I find very interesting. Who's attending, and then you have Chelsea Handler, the comedian, who's hates Trump, kooky leftist, definitely has gone off the deep end. She's like Jimmy Kimmel's twin sister. And these people, and Katie Couric was there too, by the way. Katie Couric attended this dinner. So when people try to tie Trump, and there was an element of MAGA that kept pressing this, and the Democrats, once Biden was out, joined some of the a section of the MAGA people to keep the gasoline on this Epstein case. But anyway, these are all anti-Trump, very Democrat, whatever, still at the dinner. Still at the dinner. Did they do anything? Were they on Epstein Island doing anything illegal? No, I'd bet anything. They had nothing to do with any videotapes on Epstein Island or anything like that. But here they are socializing with them. And I want to remind you, Donald Trump had kicked this guy out before he was ever convicted of anything. And that's a good thing. And after they kicked him out, HR talked to some of the beauticians and the people that worked in the salon, and they asked about Epstein's behavior. And a lot of them said, yeah, he was creepy. But you know what? Let's be honest. There's a lot of powerful men who go for massages and can be a little creepy. I think if you talk to people in that industry, in the legitimate massage industry, guys can get a little creepy. You know who was one that was considered a little creepy in the massage room? Al Gore, Vice President Al Gore. You remember he was charged with that? Allegedly. I'm not saying he was or he wasn't. I'm not saying anything. I mean, I sure wouldn't want to massage Al Gore, so maybe the girl made it up so he wouldn't come back. But, he's a creepy guy. Just anyway, I'm going off on a tangent here about Al Gore. I was going to get into, his doughy body or whatever, but we're going to skip that. It's too early. You could be eating your breakfast. But these are the comparisons that I wanted to have. Who was still hanging out with Epstein at the time? Now, what I found interesting is when the Wall Street Journal came out, Caroline Levin, who is, she's his press woman. She's pretty dynamic. She's good at her job. But I was surprised how she started taking down the Wall Street Journal over this article, which I saw it as a positive. And another article I read on, I just saw it on a positive, but she gave the Wall Street Journal a couple of kicks because she's a fighter. And I think what she didn't like about the article is here they go again, they're bringing it up. And in the article, they did kind of highlight how Epstein wasn't a member, but he had some member privileges. But they don't give you the context. That goes on in a lot of fancy clubs where you're not exactly a member. You could live out of state. You know the owners. You have a certain friend who's on the board. And listen, that's how the world works. People will give other people some benefits. And plus, Epstein, at the time, like I said, he was a big player in the financial world. And Trump's a deal maker. He's going to do deals. He had no idea what Epstein's, double secret life was. But it's not unusual for people to get some special privileges at a club that they're not a member of. It goes on all the time. And what I find really gross is Democrats just going on and calling Trump a sexual predator. Like and then the Eugene Carroll, who the other one in the dressing room at Bergdorf Goodman's, she tried to say Harry Connick Jr. did the same thing to her in a dressing room. But anyway, They're going to be attacking Trump on this. This is what they do, but we all know it is nonsense. Anyway, got to go to break. We'll be back.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
The smartphone has made us stupid. We live in a society where you are just programmed now to have this thing in your hand. It's like an addiction. It's like smoking or drinking. You don't even know you're doing it. How many times are you in a setting where there's zero reason for you to have your phone in your hand? It's almost become a crutch in society to avoid social interactions with people.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-939-1441. That's 800-939-1441.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you ready to make this the year you truly feel better? Start with your health. Rescue Natural Supplements has been helping people support heart health, cholesterol, digestion, weight management, energy levels, and more targeted wellness goals for over 40 years, using high-quality, research-backed ingredients that your body can trust. And right now, Rescue is celebrating with their New Year's savings. Save 40% when you buy any 4 single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code NEWYEAR40. New Year 40. Try their popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart and brain health, Probiotic for better digestion, or Orosine for more consistent all-natural energy. Whatever your health goals, Rescue has you covered. To mix and match 4 or more bottles and get 40% off, just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or online at res-q.com. Use that code NEWYEAR40.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back to 1210 WPHT in Philadelphia. Tom Hazelby in for Kayal and Company this January 2nd, 2026. I'm going to have to get used to the 2026 when I start writing checks or whatever, I keep screwing up for the first 60 days.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, everyone does it. It's we're creatures of habit, us humans.
Exactly right.
But anyway, we just got through Mar-a-Lago and Epstein and Trump, and we have a caller, Paul from Westchester, Pennsylvania. Paul, you're on the air. Are you there, Paul?
Yeah, I am. Thanks so much. First time I introduced myself to you, but there's a few things that you mentioned.
Sure.
First, all right, for your audience, now, for one, with the Epsteins, he won't be allegedly the first president to sit there and have sexual relations with a minor. Just think about your president who kidnapped a black slave. She was only 11 years old of France and continuously raped her, Sally Mae. So that's one example.
Wait, hold on. No, that's one example. I think if you go into the history of Thomas Jefferson and Sally Mae, and now I know there's the whole slave relationship. Listen, we don't want to have too much historical bias. That means you take a position from living in a culture in 2025 back to the 1700s. But some of the writings seem to say it wasn't a proper relationship. There should be no slavery. But we do have to admit that thanks to the British and the Americans, we pretty much ended slavery in the Western Hemisphere. So we lost a lot of people doing it, especially the British, who did it very early in the 1800s. They really went after slavery, and they lost a lot of sailors who went over to try to stop the slave trade in Africa. But let's move. I actually think the way the history there, Jefferson's relationship with the slaves and some of the personal reports on it, but you can't say it because it was slavery, but they did have a relationship. So, but let's move on. Let's get out of the 18th century. Did you just say that Trump was a rapist? That's what I'm asking you.
Now, after all that, now remember, you have 4 hours. You just took up like 30 seconds.
Yeah, I know. It's my show. That's why I take the time. People are here. It's my show. I decide who gets to talk when and how much. That's kind of how it works in radio. But I do have a question for you that you're refusing to answer. Did you just accuse Donald Trump of being the second rapist to hold office after Thomas Jefferson? Was that your statement?
No, my statement is that, now you heard me, I said no.
Okay, good. I got it.
Now, understanding that this is your show, you don't have to be belligerent towards your host. Now, if this is your show, you want the audience, you want to interact with the audience.
That's what we're doing. We're going back and forth. I don't listen. I have to say something. I have to interrupt you again. Once again, it is my show. I don't listen.
Yes.
I don't need to be told how to do the show. We're getting off onto the wrong foot, Paul. And you're from Westchester, Pennsylvania, which I love that town, by the way. I think it's a very nice town. Downtown, it's got a great restaurant scene. It's a college town, so you come from a very nice area. So I'm going to try to be more polite. So go ahead.
Leave out gay. You come in high, you leave out gay. So that's what they say about us.
What?
But anyway,
repeat that, please.
They say when you come in high, but you leave out gay. That's what they say about Westchester. You have
you come in high and you go out gay. Could you? I'd like to get a little interpretation of that. Could you expand on that?
The main thoroughway to get to Westchester is High Street, and then the exit out of Westchester, you have to go through Gay Street.
You are absolutely right. I've never heard that said before, but Paul, I do like that.
Now you're woke. So again.
All right, that's very good. And I know I have I drive in on high and I come out on gay. That's excellent.
So now you're woke.
Okay.
So with that being an example, we already know that with most girls, they do elevate their age just to impress, and some girls develop more than others. So with the gist of what I'm getting at is like the boy said on The Killer Mockingbird, close your eyes and just imagine if it was a black man doing this to a white girl. So what I'm saying, you have a president who already stated on his Truth Social that 14-year-old girls can make their own decision. So now we're to infer developed girls. So that means that if she says she's 14, she most likely was 12 or under 13. And he said this ain't something that was hyperbole. Ain't nobody got TDS or anything that he claims everybody. But every time he think of something, it's Obama fault. It's Obama fault. But everybody got PTSD with him. Imagine that.
Okay. Now can I talk? Let's have a conversation.
Yeah.
So okay. So you are accusing the president of the United States, Donald Trump, of obviously you're accusing him of being a sexual predator. So I'm going to discount that and that it's nonsense. Let me finish, please. Let me finish. Thank you. That's nonsense. Donald Trump is none of that. And then you know what I could do? I could come back to you and start talking about Biden sniffing all the young kids and showering with his daughter. But it's all it's not worth going there. And I don't want to have that tit for tat. Do you have anything to say on this new it's January, it's 2026, it's a new year. Is there anything you can say positive about what you see where America's going? Is there anything positive you can say?
And you asking the caller, and this is from the guy that had honcho who didn't say nothing. See, that's what you guys do.
You guys, listen, I don't, listen, right there, I got to stop you again. You guys do. I do my own thing here. Listen, you have to understand. No one tells me what to say. I'm not in some type of private club. And I just say what I feel. So it's not you guys. Anything you say, you're just saying to me, which is fine.
The GOP, so you don't read the bulletin or the talking points for the morning. I
do not. I actually, a lot of my stuff comes from my life experience. I also look at history to compare to what the future might look like. So that's what we're doing. Hey, listen, Paul, I really, you know what? I enjoyed your call because I loved you come into Wester on high and you leave on gay. Let me tell you, that's a positive part of the call. So it was great to have you. Thanks. Anyway, interesting call. I enjoyed that. I do enjoy a little conflict. It's part of my nature. I do like it. I don't know why. Anyway, Kirk, should we go to break? And then we're going to bring on our guest, Pete Sheridan. Okay.
Hey, ladies, it's Rich Zioli, and if you're going to set one New Year's resolution in 2026, it should be to protect yourself and your family. And my friends at Bob's Little Sports Shop are here to help you achieve that goal. Bob's doesn't just sell firearms, they're a full-service shop with years of experience helping people like you and me become safe, responsible gun owners. Now, ladies, I'm talking to you. Kick off 2026. Make the commitment to attend Bob's Women's Only Shoot March 1st at 1 p.m. The event is for women only, with women instructors who are NRA and range safety certified. Bob's is the only range in the area who have all women instructors at their women shoot. You don't need a firearms ID card. No prior experience is required to attend. Register now for Bob's Women's Only Shoot March 1st. Space is limited. Visit bobslittlesportshop.com. bobslittlesportshop.com, my go-to place for all things Second Amendment, ladies. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Hey, this is Larry Steinmetz with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Al Budicus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made, I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event happening at the Copperfield Inn in Limerick, PA on Wednesday, January 14th by calling 800-722-9728 or by visiting crashproofretirement.com.
Welcome back to 1210 WPHT here in Philadelphia. Tom Hazelby sitting in for the Kayal Company crew today on January 2nd, 2026. I got to keep reminding myself it's no longer 2025. I'm about to bring on my next guest, Pete Sheridan. And let me tell you, Pete has quite the resume. So I just want to give you a little bit of background. First and foremost, he's a proud graduate of Bergen Catholic High School and a former Crusader football player. And that's exactly where your host today went to high school. Pete went to Manhattan College. He graduated. The resume, I could go on. I could do an hour show on his resume. Phi Beta Kappa. Then he headed to the Harvard Law School. He was a assistant federal U.S. attorney in the Eastern District of New York City. He was an assistant attorney general in the New York State Attorney General's office. Then he got into the private sector. He was a special outside counsel to the International Union of Operating Engineers in New York City. And let me tell you, that job, you're dealing with a lot of different powerful forces in New York City. Organized crime, unions, labor racketeering. Pete's got a great resume, and that's why I have him on the show to talk about some of the things going on in the world today. Pete, welcome to the show. How are you, my friend?
Hey, Tommy, how you doing?
Oh, it's good to have you. You know what? I could only just touch a little bit of your resume, but there's a lot on there. You've had a fascinating career, and you've dealt with all types of people. A very basic question for you. The Eastern District of New York and the Southern District of New York. A lot of people hear, that these federal departments or legal parts of the U.S. government. A lot of people don't understand basically, what they do and what is the difference between the Southern District and the Eastern District. And they seem to be involved in all the big political crimes too. Maybe you could just share with the audience. You can frame that out for them.
Yeah, very, very good question. I clerked for John Sprizzo in the Southern District. And then following a clerkship, I wound up deciding to go to the Eastern District. And just so you know, the Southern District basically covers from Albany down to the Bronx and Manhattan. In the state of New York. It's the federal district. The Eastern District is the other boroughs of Manhattan, so that's Staten Island, Queens, and Brooklyn, as well as Nassau County and Suffolk County. So basically, the entire downstate New York area, which of course is a hub of commerce and also international trade and stuff, is covered by those two districts. And the essential difference is the Southern District is what they call the mother district. So there's a lot more sort of cachet to the Southern District. People will tell you that anyway. But that I went to the Eastern District because there was more action there.
So
and the U.S. attorney at the time was a former Southern District attorney named Andrew Maloney. And they were trying a lot of cases. They were doing the Gotti cases and all that stuff over there. Also, they have all.
We just lost you there, Pete. Hey, Kirk, did we lose Pete there?
That kind of stuff. I'm here.
Oh, I think we just had a bit of a signal interruption, but I got a question.
So there are two different. I mean, basically, there are two different districts that cover the same geographic area, and the Southern District traditionally gets a lot of white collar stuff because it's Wall Street.
Yeah, so
Wall Street's there.
The question that I think the listeners is New York City is ground zero because all these political crimes end up there. So New York City, and that's why the whole Mondamis that I talk about New York City a lot because it's I don't want to say ground zero because you think of 9/11, but in a sense. For all the big,
that's there too.
Yes, that's there too. But all the big things that happen in the country or in the world, these big political cases, Philadelphia listeners, like New York, is still the center of so much of the action. That's why these big cases end up there. Is that correct, Pete?
That is true, and part of that again is because to get federal jurisdiction. You have to have some sort of nexus. So, and particularly when you're, extending, criminal jurisdiction, mail fraud, wire fraud, all that stuff comes through New York.
Right.
No matter where it starts. So, the bigger cases tend to, aggregate there. And of course, there's a certain level of expertise, even in terms of the international terrorism cases. Pat Fitzgerald and all those guys in the Southern District, they, that stuff happened there, but all the transactions that sort of emanate out, all come back through New York anyway. So you have a basis to establish venue for the bigger cases.
Yeah, and that makes sense. So if you have an international criminal organization, and and say they're doing business in the Southwest of the United States or in Oregon or whatever they're doing. But if they had any wire transfers come through New York City, the feds can capture that case and bring it to New York City, correct?
Yes, if it's worth their while.
If it's worth their while.
That's why you see all those international narcotics cases, all the Mexican cartel stuff, the stuff from Colombia back in the bad old days in the 80s and 90s. I mean, all those cases wound up in New York, almost all of them. And the reason for that is because obviously they were wiring money, through New York and then offshore, and also transporting and importing. So there are a million ways to establish venue, but that's that's a big one. And when you're the federal criminal concentration, if they can, is always, to get organizations.
Right.
And so, if the tentacles are, having a connection to New York, it's, it's natural to do those prosecutions there.
But it can it be abused in a way? And I'll just give you a guess that
absolutely.
I'll give you a guess that I had on, and I'd love you to comment on this. His name was Douglas Mackey. And he sent out memes in 2016 saying, vote by text for Hillary. So I had him on a guest. He was a podcast. Now, the memes, I guess, and this is what people have to understand. He's just an individual guy that 5 years later, the Biden DOJ comes after. But what they did, they flew him to New York. And I was like, well, he sent the memes, I think, I thought he sent the memes when he was in Florida. But because they got distributed in New York, they were able to bring him up to New York City to charge him with the federal crime. Does that make sense?
Well, by a sort of twisted logic, when you get a little aggressive in terms of, what we now know as lawfare, I guess it could make sense.
Right.
But I mean, if you go back to first principles, Tommy, when you're first appointed as a prosecutor, a federal prosecutor, somewhere in your first couple of months, they send you down to Washington to what they call the Attorney General's Advocacy Institute. And the first thing they teach you there is just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. And unfortunately, in cases like, what happened to Mackey and, what happened to a lot of people, I think, January 6th as well.
Yep.
People got a little aggressive and a little, they kind of flexed a little too hard. And you saw that, you saw that in terms of the Mar-a-Lago prosecution, that kind of fell on its face, once,
yep.
Once all the cameras and lights went off. But the overriding principle used to be, only do it if you should, not just because you can.
Right.
And unfortunately, we got lost somewhere there.
Yeah, then that's
along the way.
Yeah, no, it's politics kind of can infect people's character, but let's move off of that. That was good. It's an education for me on how the two districts work and how all the cases end up there. Another thing I know you would have insight on. A lot of people are upset with all the Epstein redactions. And why I believe that, it is necessary to protect people that might have done business with you, called you, or whatever, that all your information isn't let out. But why don't you explain what's up with redactions and why are they necessary, or is there overkill of redactions, or both?
Well, again, everything could be subject to some sort of abuse, but at least my understanding here is that there was a legal mandate. The DOJ is under an order to produce what's producible in terms of the Epstein, what they generically, I guess you call the Epstein files now.
Right.
And there are a couple of problems with that because, of course, the Russian Congress is get everything out, and there may be an issue here that I think people have overlooked, which is there may be an ongoing grand jury investigation now, and that stems and this is, I have no inside knowledge on this, but if you remember back in the summer, Todd Blanche, who's the deputy attorney general now, used to be Trump's lawyer, and a former federal prosecutor, by the way, a very, very capable lawyer. He interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell, and the press outcry with that was, that was just to make sure that, she cleared Trump from, any involvement in any of the, the sexual peccadillos and all that, and the exploitation of minors. I think there's another element to that because as in conjunction with that whole process, Maxwell got moved from FCI Tallahassee, which is a women's prison facility, which is fairly secure, to a camp in Texas.
Yeah.
And at least in my experience, that may be to ease the ability to move her around and to testify in grand jury, ongoing grand jury proceedings as opposed to old stuff. And, cases that are already closed or whatever. And remember, she was convicted on, I think, 5 of 6 counts, sexual trafficking, conspiracy and all that. And I think she's still got a pending perjury charge. But she's doing serious time.
Yeah.
So the my sense is to make it easier to have access to her and to testify that she may well be a grand jury witness. And, under the federal rules of criminal procedure, you cannot disclose ongoing grand jury material.
Yep.
So that may be the reason for some of these redactions. And nobody's talking about that.
Let me ask you, I want to ask a question on that. So is it possible that there could be more prosecutions coming on people who were involved in Epstein, and they're not allowed to let that out of the bag right now? They're building a case.
I think it's very possible, and I think you see some of the offshoots of that in terms of how public, for example, in the UK, the royal family has been about disassociating themselves from Prince Randy Andy.
Yeah.
I mean, there may be a reason for that goes beyond just social embarrassment.
So there could be. So who knows that there could be big names, people, and that people that will be prosecuted.
Who could be prosecuted?
Wow. Okay, that's interesting. That's an interesting take.
I don't know because I don't have I don't have access to any of that information. Nobody outside of the people that are involved in that kind of stuff are authorized to even discuss it. And that's out of fairness to them. The other argument, in terms of the redactions is, now most of the victims, from what I understand, are okay with, total disclosure, but there are some that, were underage at the time and all that, who have not signed off on that and really, don't want their names, may not want their names, disclosed in terms of those materials. So that's a possibility in terms of, other innocent, people who are not directly involved in, in this sort of thing. So I think, there's a lot that really has not been disclosed for, I think, probably pretty valid reasons, because from what I understand, the latest I read on this the other day, I guess, was that there's still hundreds of thousands of pages that, are technically subject to production, but that doesn't mean that they're not going to have some significant redactions there too.
Right. Well, I'll tell you, that's an interesting take, Counselor, and I don't think people with Maxwell being moved, that very interesting take. I got another big question for you. We're going to move on to what's going on in Minneapolis. Now, from a federal prosecution standpoint, are they all these agencies have charged in there, and I'm sure there's going to be federal prosecutors showing up there too. Do you think this is going to open up a Pandora's box that's going to spread beyond Minnesota?
Yes, and I think you've already seen the beginnings of that with the travel fraud allegations that are already sort of germinating, where people were actually Philadelphia is one of the places that it happened, where they travel back to Minnesota, get money, and then go back to their home cities.
Hey, Pete, I want you to hold that thought, and because I want to hold you over. This is good stuff. I want to hold you over. Sure. We're going to go to break. Can you stay with me?
Yeah, sure. I'm here in Frozenbergen County. We all miss you here, Tom.
Counselor, hold on. We're going to go to break, and we're going to pick up on what's going on in Minnesota and what the feds might be up to. We'll be right back.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. This holiday season, share the love of driving excellence at the Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City, with exceptional offers like the 2025 C-Class sedan or the 2026 GLC SUV with 1.99% financing for 36 months. And I just saw on social media that our guy Michael Steinberg from the sales department, who manages our Piazza partnership, just got a gorgeous new Mercedes-Benz in Westchester. So discover your Mercedes-Benz today at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Wilmington, or Atlantic City.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
Free speech lives here with Kayal Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back to 1210 WPHT here in Philadelphia. I am talking with Counselor Pete Sheridan, former federal prosecutor. He just gave us some really good insight on the Epstein case redactions and what might be coming. Pete, also, right when we went to break, we were talking, the question to Pete was, is what's going on in Minneapolis, the whole Somalian scandal. The place is full of federal agencies now is looking into it. I was asking Pete what he thinks, is this going to open up Pandora box for the feds to come in and there's going to be charges, and will it spread behind Minneapolis? Pete, you were talking about something with travel. Let's jump back into that.
Yeah. Actually, the federal prosecutor in Minnesota, Scott Thompson, has already indicated that one of the elements that they're looking into is this idea of what they're kind of calling, travel fraud or travel shopping connected to, all that program fraud that was going on in Minnesota. And basically what people were doing, and he specifically talked about Philadelphia. I think there's at least two people, the two organizations in Philadelphia that they were looking at. They would travel to Minnesota. They would establish, the phony bona fides and qualify for whatever, program assistance they were looking for. Then they would hop right back to their home cities, in this case, Philadelphia, and basically just bill. Basically just bill Minnesota and the federal programs and state programs that were, operating there. never coming back to Minnesota, never having any real business there, and then wiring the money overseas. And that's the nexus of, and apparently, there were people doing this primarily in the Somali community, but not totally. In Philadelphia, in Lewiston, Maine, believe it or not, there's a significant population there. Columbus, Ohio, and it's not Hamtramck, but one of the other, Detroit, urban areas. That's what they were already uncovering.
So, Pete, just in Philadelphia specifically, are they Somalians that are in Philadelphia, or is it or we don't know yet, and it could be non-Somalians?
I'm not exactly certain. He did identify Philadelphia as one place where this was taking place, but I mean, the key problem there is once you're sucking that money out, where is it going?
Yeah.
So is that money being laundered and spent in these other jurisdictions, which would give them jurisdiction? Is it going overseas? As we know that a lot of the money from Minnesota wound up in the hands of whether it's Al-Shabaab or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean there are a lot of tentacles there that are just beginning to manifest themselves, and it is not. And they've emphasized this. I mean, even DOJ has emphasized this is not, solely Minnesota, although Minnesota is obviously the locus of, a lot of the, this immediate focus because it's so obvious and so blatant.
Hey, Pete, we got to wrap. We have to wrap, but that's very interesting. So we're both on the same page that this thing is going to blow up in a big legal way, and it's probably going to have some, like you say, tentacles. So
Tom, it's always good. It's always good to be on the same page with you. I don't want to get crosswise like Paul did ahead of me. I don't mess with Hazelbees.
All right. I thought, well, that never happened with you. We're Bergen Catholic guys. Anyway, Pete Sheridan, thank you so much for coming on and sharing that knowledge, being a former federal prosecutor. This was great stuff.
All right, Tommy.
It's great having you. Happy New Year. We're going to go to break. We're going to be right back.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-458-3124. 800-458-3124. 800-458-3124.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit ConsumerCellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Dom Giordano. Recently, I had a chance to chat with some Navy veterans at a watch party for the Army-Navy game hosted by Navy League Philly. Here's my conversation with Commander Aaron Walsh.
Why did you get into the military? Why serve?
So I'm actually 5th generation military. I'm the 1st generation not to go to the academy, but I am the first female to commission. This is something that I've always wanted. I sought the camaraderie I lacked after doing a bunch of sports growing up, and I really wanted that back in my life again. The Navy has been that exact support network that I needed, and I have absolutely loved it, and I love giving back to what I can in those days.
You have the military background, but why would someone maybe be intrigued by the Navy?
I think there's definitely a sense of patriotism. I think there's a calling to do more and do better for the community and for the country as a whole. And I think it's everybody just wanting to make the world better for them.
You can do your part to support our Sea Service members by becoming a member for just $25 a year. Go to NavyLeaguePhilly.org to join.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Welcome back to 1210 WPHT. Tom Hazelby in for Kayal and Company this January 2nd, 2026. 855-839-1210 if you want to call in. We've only had one caller. I have a mystery caller calling in, I think, at 9 o'clock. I don't want to say who it is because I'm not sure he's going to get the time to call in. But that's why I'll call him a mystery caller so no one will blame him if he doesn't call in. Anyway, I'm going to get into, you know what? I want to talk about my last guest, Pete Sheridan, the former federal prosecutor, had a huge practice in New York City and working in the private sector too. That's a brilliant mind right there and a heck of a great guy. And we went to the same high school. Pete graduated before me, but let me tell you, he is a well-known person up in the New York area as being a great attorney, great person, and a great mind. So for our listeners, to me, wow, what a great person and guest to have on this show. And I learned a couple of things which I'm going to expand on in my next show. Pete gave me a couple of I don't know, hints or whatever, like, look at this. This is a perspective you have to look at, and I will be doing that, but I loved having him on. Okay, here's the next thing we're going into. Oh, bottom 8:30, we got Savannah Craven. She's a pro-life activist that you will see if you are watching this on YouTube. You're going to see her, how she was assaulted doing one of her street interviews, and how there was no justice, no justice, no peace, but I think if you're pro-life, there might not be any justice for you if you get slugged in the face. And but hopefully we're going to have that up by 8:30. So, but one thing I want to do, because it is the end of the year, I want to talk about the Democratic Party and some of the biggest lies that they have spewed in the last year. And I think it's worth going over. There's a lot of them. There's 25 of them that we're going to review. The first one was the Maryland man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the gangbanger, the trafficker, the wife beater. And the Maryland man, it's funny. I'm just sitting here thinking of it. The press wanted to refer to him as the Maryland man. They didn't want to refer to him as an illegal alien. They didn't. They wanted to. The Maryland man is how they would categorize him, because that's their psychops. That's the psychops right there, is to get you to believe that he's just a regular Joe from Maryland, and Donald Trump just happened to pick him up off the street because he's a brown person and try to throw him out of the country. But so that's one of the lies, psychops played by the left. Let's just look at this guy. We'll do it real quick. There's so many of these. We're going to rip through them. So they found this guy in 2019 with rolls of cash. Rolls of cash. No one has rolls of cash anymore. If you have rolls of cash anymore, you're doing something illegal. That's the bottom line. That's how the world operates today. Matter of fact, when I go into a store, like a pizza place or whatever, and I don't blame them, they're small business guys, but they're like, we take cash only. They're up to something. If they take cash only, it can't be because they don't want to pay the percentage. That could be part of it. But if they're cash only, that means they've run this business so long and they don't want to give the government their piece. I get it, because the government takes way too much. They take way too much from anybody who is paying. They give a lot back to people that don't pay anything in taxes. So rolls of cash. And I always say, like, listen, why do you only take cash? It's such an inconvenience. And believe me, you lose a lot of customers that way because no one carries cash. But anyway, this guy is an alleged, the Maryland man, the alleged MS-13 gang member. His wife had to seek a protective order against him because she was physically abusive. And because of some mishaps in the procedure, he got to stay. And let me tell you, the Maryland Senator, Chris Van Hollen, that guy has no shame. He's dangerous in the sense that he would fly down to a different country to kind of promote this guy, protect this guy, act like this is the type of person we want in the United States. And it's unbelievable. The Maryland man is what they call him. And he was, first of all, he was illegal. No one argued that. So I don't know why there's so many people in the United States that could use an advocate like Senator Van Hollen from Maryland, on whatever reason. It could be they're not getting there. They have an autistic child. They have some child, that a kid that was mistreated in the military. I don't know what it is. There's a million things that guy could do for Americans. And this guy's flying down to have tea with a gangbanger, an illegal gangbanger from one of these Mexican gangs and South American, Central American gangs that have brought so much destruction to this country through drugs, through guns, through just committing crime in the United States. And that is, so we got him as he's number one on the list. I don't know if I'm going to put him as number one of all the 25, but he's definitely on the list. The next one is ICE. And ICE, the enforcement agency of the federal government, doing their job. If you're here illegally, you have to go. Going after criminals that are here illegally, you have to go. We don't need you. If you look at the California State Prison, there's a ton of illegals in the California State Prison serving time. Do you know how much that costs the people of California? But the politicians in California don't care that their state prisons are full of illegals who committed crime in the United States. And then when they're let out of state prison, the state of California doesn't want to tell ICE to come pick them up. They just let them go back into society. Let ICE go. Let ICE go track them down. So anyway, this. Let me just look at a little bit of what the network news. They reported on a U.S. citizen. This is what they said. She was forcibly removed from her car and temporarily held in custody. And they're talking about a woman that ICE, they came up to get her because her car was owned by her illegal boyfriend. They don't tell you that in the story. That's why ICE is going after a known illegal felon in the United States, and now they pretend that the ICE is just pulling over and trying to get a woman out of a car just because they want to do it, and I guess because she had brown skin. But what they don't clarify in the article, this is what the media did, and this story went everywhere, is, first of all, she refused to comply with law enforcement about getting out of the car. That's like a whole new phenomena. Even dopey citizens, or like Americans, not even illegals. Oh, I'm a sovereign citizen or whatever. That just give the cops what they want. You go fight it in court. That's how it works. But this woman is doing this, but she is driving her illegal alien boyfriend's car, who had been arrested before. So her boyfriend has a warrant out for him. The feds are coming for him. He's already committed crime in the United States, but this is left out of the article. This is what they don't want to tell you. This is what they leave out. They want the perception out there, and it's not working. And as I said in yesterday's show, get ready for 2026. Trump's got cargo planes ready. He's coming. And don't give me the scalpel thing. You can't. It is so difficult. Once something is over, it's over. If you got 10 guys and you round up 10 because you were looking for 3 and the other 7 just came in under Biden, and all of a sudden you're going to have to develop plans how they get let go. That's not how it works. They're illegal. They got to go through the process. That's how they work. And then they're going to get booted out. Hey, it's unfortunate. But once something bad that has killed people, hurt our economy, created massive spending, which is illegal immigration, never mind enriching the cartels. Once it's over, it's over. I'm sorry that you're a nice guy and you put up sheetrock and you came in under Biden and you haven't broken any laws. You're still illegal. It's just the way it works. There's no scalpels once you get to this point. So everybody needs to get over it. It just doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. And it never worked that way. Listen, I had friends, actually had an illegal girlfriend put into a federal penitentiary for 90 days. It's sad. And then she was sent home and he was upset. But hey, that's the breaks. That's how it is. There's rules and we got to follow them. Here's another thing. The whole kidnapping people, that's another lie. Law enforcement in sanctuary cities have gotten in on the ICE lies. That there's the Minneapolis, of course, Minneapolis. No wonder why they have so many problems. Their police chief, I'm going to name this guy by name, Chief Brian O'Hara. He urged residents to call 911 on masked people who may be kidnapping people. Meanwhile, ICE wears uniforms. They have a mask on, and we all know the reason. I don't have to explain it to this audience, or maybe I'd have to explain it to Paul. But in other words, he's saying, call the cops if you see ICE agents. That's what he's saying, is call the cops if you see ICE agents. This is a law enforcement officer in Minneapolis. With all the problems in Minneapolis, this guy is worried about telling his citizens to call the cops on ICE agents. These are quotes. The community should know that if you see something like that, that is legitimate. You don't know if someone is law enforcement. You should call 911. I can't even read this quote. I don't even know if the guy knows proper English. And you should provide as much information as possible, the chief said. So in that terrible, unintelligible quote, the chief is basically saying to the citizens of Minnesota or Minneapolis, if you see ICE agents going in for arrest, you should call the cops on them right away. I don't know what they think they're going to do. I mean, is he going to go with his Minneapolis police and fight armed federal agents? What's he want, a gunfight in the middle of Minneapolis? Quite an unusual a statement. Very, very unusual. But anyway, that's what we're up against. Okay, let's go to number 4. Shipwrecked sailors. Okay, I guess this has to do with Pete Hegseth, the Department of War, who's Pete Hegseth, who I think is doing a bang-up job. They used the expression when he blew up that boat that those poor men in the boat were shipwrecked sailors who were trying to get back in the boat. And Haig said, sent in another bomb to blow him up. And that's exactly what he did because these are drug dealers. They were in international waters. And if you think Trump is breaking the law, then let's drag Obama in because you can watch some of the video footage in black and white of Obama hitting a terrorist house in Afghanistan or Iraq. And then you see the terrorists running out, limping, getting carried, jumping in a Jeep. And then boom, the drone hits them with another one as they're wounded. Breaking all the rules of military war. I forget what that old saying, that old war standard. I'm sure someone will put it in the chat. I'm forgetting it, but right now. But just, shipwrecked sailors. They tried to actually say that about the narco guys driving the big speedboats. They were, first it was fishing boats, and then when they get blown up, they're shipwrecked sailors. So we all know this is a bunch of nonsense, but I got plenty more, so don't go away. We got to go to break. We'll be back, and I got more of these. Plus, I got my guest coming up at 8:30, Savannah Craven, and we're going to learn what happened to her after she was assaulted, being a pro-life advocate, social media person out on the streets of New York. So we'll be back to talk to her at 8:30, but I got more of these, more of the deception from the media over the last year. We'll be back.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
One more regular season game, and then it's time for the playoffs. You know what's really amazing? The fact that Nick Sirianni has been here for 5 seasons, and the Birds have reached the playoffs every year. Not only that, they've been to 2 Super Bowls and won 1. Years ago, owner Jeffrey Lurie spoke about Eagles football reaching the gold standard. It took a while, but his dream really did come true. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese. Football fans don't just watch the game, they live it. From pregame rituals to postgame celebrations, PNC is proud to be presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and a devoted fan just like you. Fans who show up in full force in every kind of weather. Because keeping your finances boring allows you to make exciting memories full of face paint, tailgates, and all the things that make game day. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255. Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
WPHT.
Welcome back to 1210 WPHT. Tom Hazelby sitting in for Kayal Company this January 2nd. This cold, blustery, gray day here in Philadelphia. And we're going to go to a caller, and maybe he's calling from hopefully a sunnier, warmer place. David's on the line from Lexington, South Carolina. David, welcome to the show.
Hey, Tom. How you doing?
I'm doing good. What do you got out there?
Well, you asked about the weather. It's 47, so I guess that's kind of cold, but not for y'all, I guess. So.
Yeah, that's not bad. 47, that's tolerable. Yeah. Definitely tolerable. Yeah. You wanted to comment on one of our callers, I think, from earlier.
Yes. This happens so much with Trump. I mean, it's happened for everybody, but seems like more for him. The comment about the Trump making a comment about 14-year-olds making their own decisions, that's been debunked by so many organizations, even the right-leaning Snopes. And I say that with all sarcasm.
Right, right-leaning Snopes. Yeah, got it.
Yeah,
I hear you.
But this goes back to verifying people in Charlottesville. That's been sort of I don't say disproven, but the full context has been provided. And it's so common with Trump. I had this guy that I know talks about Trump talking about how when on Howard Stern he said he could go in women's dressing rooms, and I said, well, show me the clip. And he's, oh, here it is. Here's the clip. And you listen to the clip, and he never says the word dressing rooms. And he says, yeah, and he thinks he's going to play doctor with these girls. Well, Howard Stern said play doctor. I mean, it's just so bad that Trump says enough bad stuff out there as it is. I get that. He does. He puts his foot in his mouth. But all these people create all these other things. But like I say so many times, give me some $2.20 gas, some 5% GDP, and he can say all the stupid stuff he wants. Well, I really don't care.
No, I agree with you. It's amazing. You bring up the very fine people on both sides. What's amazing is that's a complete lie. He was talking about the people that supported the Confederate statue and the people that wanted to take it down. That we all know that's it. But what's amazing is a president, Biden, he ran, his whole speech of why he was running was based on that lie. That's why he said he had to run. He said, I have to run. And he said it numerous times that I have to run because of what he said in Charlottesville, Virginia. And can you imagine that's what he built his campaign on a lie. But the world's upside down. And getting to your other point, people will read this misinformation or these outright lies against Trump because they want to believe it.
Exactly. That's what I say. They want it to be the truth.
They do. They want it. They want it to be the truth. And even if you put the like you said, you went back, show me the tape. If you give the clip to them, if they watch it, they'll look at it and they'll probably say the same thing an hour later because that's what they want.
Yeah. Well, and you go back to the thing about Central Park. What was it, the Central Park 5 or 6, something like that?
Yeah.
That was such a horrible thing, Tom, that a full decade and a half later, you got pictures with him and Al Sharpton and Don King and everybody. It was such a horrible thing that 15 years later, they're chumming around with him because he's writing them checks and he's dining from Queens and everything. So, it's just, I don't know.
It's frustrating.
It's just out there.
It's frustrating. It's funny. You talk about once he decided to become a Republican, then they had to destroy him. But we have to remember, not only did the left want it to destroy them, the Republican elites in this country wanted to destroy Trump when he walked down that escalator. No one wanted him. I'll give you a book. Eric Trump's book, Under Siege. There's a part of that book which I found really interesting. He names all the people that were so close to them, like friends, because they lived in the entertainment world. They had one of the biggest shows on TV with The Apprentice. He goes through name by name people that just once Trump decided to walk down that escalator, boom, the relationship was over, and those people went to the press to say how awful he was. Hey, but David, that was a good call. Thanks for calling in. Very good. And
appreciate it.
You can keep warm down there in Lexington, South Carolina. Good stuff. Great to hear from you. All right. That's, I get the frustration. These people are going to believe everything that they want to believe. And no matter how hard you try, that's why you don't have to try that hard. It's just, it's not worth it. But I do, he was referencing the other caller. I do invite those calls. I like calls because I like arguing. I like debating. I like getting into it. I like mixing it up. It's part of my nature. Always has been. Nearly got me in trouble back in the day when I was younger, but I only do it on a microphone now. Anyway, this is another great one. I'm going through all 25 things that the left, the media, all the nonsense. This is a list of nonsense that they've thrown at us for years. So this is what I remember this story. It's a great story. The biggest school district in Des Moines, the Des Moines Public School Board, hired a illegal Guyana immigrant to run the largest public school board. And I think it was a paid position, as I recall. And so they hired him, obviously, like, this is Iowa. Why? And they were so woke. They probably saw him when he came in with his brown skin, and he had an accent, so therefore he wasn't even from Des Moines, Iowa. That they were like, oh my God, what a perfect person to represent the Des Moines Public School Board was this guy named Roberts. And once they found out this, I don't know the whole guy's background or whatever, but he had to get out of Dodge, I guess, when the press started talking about him being an illegal immigrant. And when they finally got, I know what he had. He had a bunch of reckless driving convictions along with drug-related charges. And these charges occurred when he was the head of the board out there of the largest school district in Des Moines, Iowa. And, and then when he was on the run, when they finally captured this guy, this is the guy that's worried about your children's education in Des Moines, Iowa. He had a loaded gun, he had a hunting knife, and $3,000 of cash in his car. Well, you know what? I guess they needed in Des Moines, which I would think would be a very kind of, I don't know. I just think there'd be a big white population out there in Des Moines, and they probably had a DEI priority or an objective. So they just said, hey, let's not check this guy out. He's got a foreign accent. He's got brown skin. Let's just give him the job. And obviously, what would this guy know about education? I have no idea. I think maybe even they said he had a job somewhere else. One more I'll get to because it's an easy one is, when the all-female space flight with Jeff Bezos thing, when they put Gail King on there, was Katy Perry on there? Yeah, I think Katy Perry was on there. Lauren Sanchez. They put them on this rocket ship, and for 11 minutes, they broke out of the atmosphere, which they've been doing. Now these are getting to be regular flights, but the media made it out that these were an all-female space crew, and they were flying the ship. Gail King's flying the ship. Katy Perry's in the back; she's controlling the tail wing. And I think Katy Perry, when she got off, she sat down and kissed the ground. But the point that I'm trying to make, hey, I think it's great for them. I think it's very brave that they went up and did it. But the media act like they were doing something for women, like this was an historical step for womankind to send these celebrities up in. I don't know how much it must have cost them a couple $100,000 to fly each one of them up there. All they had to do there is put the seatbelt on, sit there, fly up into space for 11 minutes, and come back down. I do give them credit. There is some bravery to it because in those situations, who knows, something could always go wrong. I always think about the space shuttle with that poor school teacher, Christy McAuliffe, was it? And I'm like, why the heck did they ever put her on the end of a rocket as a school teacher? That was the award that she had won, the best school teacher. And NASA and the federal government decides to put a school teacher on it. That's when the O-rings loosened and the whole thing blew up. She should have never been on that. The Challenger, the space shuttle, never been on that. That's for astronauts. That's for people who can understand and calculate the risk, and they decide that's the type of work they want to do. Like our SEAL Team 6 operator yesterday. Like, yeah, conscious decision. This is what I do, and he actually expressed how dangerous it was going into rescuing Marcus Luttrell in the the sole survivor of that incident out in the Taliban. But putting a school teacher on that flight made absolutely no sense to me. So I give the media popping up that they did something great for women and everything by going up on that 11-minute flight is a joke. It's ridiculous, but I do give them a little credit for being gutsy to do it. With that, we're going to come back after this break, and I'm going to have my guest on, Savannah Craven. And if you are on YouTube, you can watch the video of what happened to her in Harlem when she was doing an on-the-street interview. She's a pro-life activist. She's a Catholic. She stands, she believes and says what she believes in, which I think is a great thing. But no one deserves to get assaulted, and everyone needs justice after getting assaulted. We'll be back with that guest after this break.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Insults that are used towards bald people, some of which I've never heard and some I absolutely love, including coconut bounce, eggshell, cue ball, light bulb, and slaphead. I love slaphead.
Yeah.
Slaphead is a totally underrated word in this country.
That's what I'm going to start calling the show.
Slaphead and Company.
Or Caillou.
Yeah, cue ball and co. That's what we should call this show.
Oh, yeah.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Alcoholics Anonymous. The only requirement for membership is a desire to stop drinking. There is a solution. You can find us at aa.org.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Hey, welcome back to 1210 WPHT. This is Tom Hazelby sitting in for Kayal and Company. My next guest I'm bringing on is Savannah Craven. Savannah Craven is an activist. She's a journalist. She's a social media political influencer. She's Catholic and pro-life. And I want to talk to with her about an incident that happened to her a few months back. And you know what? If you're watching on YouTube, you're going to be able to see this. You'll see the video of exactly what happened to Savannah. Savannah, welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you so much for having me.
It's great having you, and it took us a little bit to kind of put this together, but I know we talked a little while back. But I thought
Yes.
what I witnessed in your video, getting assaulted, I thought it was real important. I really wanted to get you on to discuss that day. Why don't you do this? I gave your background. Now, obviously, you're a social media influencer, and you're pro-life, and you do interviews out in the streets of New York. That's correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And
I have.
So I wanted to ask you, have you done any more interviews since the incident that we're going to share with the listeners?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I have been able to build quite a community of people who support my work, because I think the biggest message I needed to send after I was assaulted was that I'm not going to be, assaulted into stopping doing what I love, right? I'm not going to be attacked and bullied into stopping what I feel like I was called to do, which is speak to people, change hearts and minds, and plant seeds on the streets of New York, LA, wherever it may be.
No, I love to hear that, because some people might go in a different direction after getting assaulted like that, and then not getting any justice from the DA's office in New York City, which we're going to talk about. But what I'd like to do for the listeners that are watching on YouTube, we're going to play the video of what happened to you that day. Can we pull that up, guys? We're gonna wait for them to pull up that video for us, because even the dialogue in it, Savannah,
foster care and killing children that have been abused. That's not the point. What I'm saying, that's really.
Okay, that is the first clip, and Savannah, we did it really quick because I know it seemed to have started off that you had, and people who are just listening, basically we just did a very quick clip of Savannah being assaulted. Before that, you seem to have had like a decent dialogue going back and forth. Is that correct?
Yes, that's usually how my conversations start out, is people are pretty normal, and we can have, a respectful dialogue until they start to realize that maybe I don't agree with them, or that the things that they're saying don't sound very moral or ethical, or really just don't make much sense. And so that's when they start going into the name calling and the insults. And I was sort of trying to wrap it up here, because at that point she, was not going anywhere further than that. She was insulting Christianity. She was making fun of people who were pro-life, who were Christian. And she made an insane comment saying that basically foster care children would be better off dead, being aborted, than being in the foster care system. And while we recognize that a lot of the systems in America, especially the ones that have to deal with children, do need reform, saying that those children would be better off dead is so inhumane. It is so disgusting. And it comes from such a place of privilege, because we are alive. And we had the opportunity, no matter what we went through, everyone's gone through trauma, but we had the opportunity to live our lives and to change things. And that's why people are pro-life, because situations can always change, and there is a community here for you and for the moms that need assistance.
Yeah, and the bottom line is, everybody, if they could have a choice, they want life. Like, I mean, I totally get that. So what's interesting about you're in New York City doing this. So most people that are walking around New York City don't even believe that anyone walking around them or interviewing them or talking to them, they can't believe that they're pro-life. Everybody's pro. Right. They, in their minds, I think a lot of people in New York City, obviously not everybody, but most people in New York City are kind of walking around like, yeah, I'm pro-abortion. That's the bottom line. And I could only imagine, and I will say her name, it was Brianna Rivers. That is the person that the video we just watched who assaulted you. My assumption is, when you approached her to do the interview, the man on the street interview, she probably, saw you as a young, charismatic woman interviewing. You're down with everything she's down with. That would be my assumption. And then once it goes the other way, that you don't disagree with her, her only response to that is to slug you.
Yeah. Yep, that's what happens a lot of the time. We've seen, especially this increased political violence this past year, especially after what happened to the great Charlie Kirk, is that when these people don't have any more things to say, they realize that they're not winning the argument. They just decide to try and silence you altogether. And that's what this woman did, is that she had nothing else to say. So instead of walking away like an adult, she decides to choose violence. And she also decided to choose having to get involved with the law enforcement and now being known as this woman who hits people when she disagrees with them. So it's quite a shame.
What I think is interesting, I think she was dismissed or fired from her position, and one of her skills, like either listed on LinkedIn or on a resume, I saw it in the media, that she had skills in conflict resolution. And she held a master's degree. Were you aware of that?
Wow. I actually wasn't.
Yeah.
That is quite the joke. Wow.
Conflict resolution. Oh, yeah. Well, her conflict resolution is violence, which, like you just said, and you gave the example of Charlie Kirk. When you run out of things to say and you don't agree with someone, and it was such a cheap shot, too. That because it came on so quick that she threw a punch like that at you, and it was so unfair. It's so unjust. And I'm going to get into the DA in a minute, but I have a second clip. Did you keep filming after? I know your husband goes out and does some of the social media with you. So then there's a video that we're going to play. I just want to frame it because I want to understand it. Are you talking into your husband about what just happened in one of those clips?
Yes, and then I believe you might have seen, I was talking to people on the street because there were some people that walked by and saw it, but the only people who stopped were, just trying to figure out what had just happened because they thought maybe I knew the girl, that I knew Brianna, and like you said, it all happened so fast. It was so unexpected that there wasn't a lot of reaction time. And so I was trying to realize what had just happened to me.
It's shocking.
And what the heck do I do from here?
No, I get it. So what's going to play that clip because I want, if people are streaming this right now, I want to see, this, how many punches were there? One or two?
There was two. The first one was her fist, and then the second one was with her phone, which is what slit open my eyebrow.
That's what cut you. I wonder how she cut you so quick. So let's go to that. Let's go to that video and audio.
What's to the right? No, she's not them. She's big. She's tall. And she had one light.
All right. So for people that were able to see that, Savannah is a bloody mess. She looks like she just got out of the ring, and oh, there it is again. There's the video. Okay, that's good. What I want to say is, what the audience can see is how cut up you were. It looks like you needed a cut man in your corner after that, to get your face put back together. Anyway, obviously there's superficial cuts, and was there any scarring left from that assault?
Definitely, yes. I had a pretty noticeable scar for quite a while, where the hair is kind of still missing on my eyebrow, but nothing that a eyebrow pencil can't fix.
Can't fix for you. Okay, well, it is. Now this is what is going to throw everybody off. If you're listening right now, obviously on videotape, she worked for some nonprofit or whatever. You were in Harlem. You had video. It's brought to the police department. How soon is she arrested after that assault?
So she was arrested for It took about a week for them to find her. Basically, the detectives, they didn't want to go in and just break down her door because there were other people that lived there, and then it's a cost to the state if they break down her door. So they knew where she was at. She was hiding out. And, they finally caught her at an opportunity where they could arrest her. And what happens here in New York is that, you get arrested and your charges get written down, you get booked, and then you get released because, she didn't murder me, so they didn't really have a reason to hold her longer than overnight.
Yeah.
And that was when, I had to meet with the detectives and then the DAs who ultimately ended up completely failing me on the criminal case.
Okay, so let's get that. So this is Alvin Bragg, a known man of the left, soft on crime, anti-Trump, involved in all the stupid, malicious Trump cases. What does his, and we can't pin him on him because they have so many cases of assault. I don't know if it made it all the way up to Alvin Bragg, but he does he is the leader of the culture of the district attorney's office. They have video, and let me tell you, it's an upsetting video to watch. You're there, you're dressed up, you're out on the street, you're just doing an interview, and then it's not like it's that combative and it keeps escalating. It's all out of a sudden. This woman, Brianna, thinks she can just haul off, punch you in the face, and then hitting you with her phone. So what did the DA tell you, and how did it come about? Like, take us through the case after you've been assaulted.
Sure. Well, as soon as I sat down with the DAs, I believe there was two of them, and then there was somebody who was taking notes. And I had explained, all that had happened from the beginning of the interview to the end, and also including her behavior afterwards. Because the way that we were able to find out who this woman actually was is because she proudly announced herself on social media. She was like, yeah, I'm the one who punched Savannah Craven in the face.
Oh, my God, what a genius.
And just the lack of remorse, the entitlement that this woman still has to this day, where it's just complete victim mentality. She provoked me into attacking her. She's a professional rage baiter. She's a professional this. This is where, I'm telling you, there's no accountability with these people, and it doesn't matter what they do. They'll always figure out a way to justify it. And the vibe I got from the DA, I sound like such a Gen Z saying the vibe, but how they were acting was that they just really were very cold, and they just were like, yep, this is just another day, another dollar. We hear these cases all the time. When I was trying to explain to them how much this has truly impacted my life, that I'm getting thousands of death threats of people that are supporting her, saying that I deserved worse, that they hope that she finds me again.
Wow.
And just explaining how she reacted to the situation blowing up and going viral online. And they just kept saying, well, if this ever goes to trial, these are the next steps. And I thought that was interesting because I'm like, isn't it you guys' job to do everything possible to get this to trial? Like, this woman is a criminal. She just committed a crime. And actually the lineup photo that the detectives gave me to recognize her and point her out was a previous mugshot.
Oh, she had priors. She had prior arrests.
Yes. And there have been people online, which I'm not saying this is true, but people saying that she has a child that she lost custody of. This is all alleged because these are just what people are saying online, but there were people who said that they knew her, that they had went to high school with her, and that she's always been someone who, has conversations with her fists, basically. And so this woman is obviously deeply troubled. She is no stranger to law enforcement, and that should just be another red flag for these DAs. And there was very, very little communication during this waiting period. And I was told, actually, when I went in to go meet with the DAs, that what was supposed to be a felony, because she did cause damage to my face, I had to get stitches. They had actually dropped it down to a misdemeanor.
Of course, that's what
And
they do. Then they say there's
that's
a lot less
what
assaults
they
in New
do.
York City because they drop them down to misdemeanors. Okay.
Exactly. And there's definitely not. They're just not being recorded, or they're not being, people aren't being prosecuted. And that's the huge problem we have here. But I said, I looked them in the eyes, and I was basically begging them, you need to do everything in your power to make sure that this is bumped up to a felony. This woman cannot just be given community service hours or, a slap on the wrist.
Okay,
and
Savannah,
walk away from this.
hold it right there. Because do you have time? Can I hold you over? I have a few more questions about this case. Can you stick around through the
Sure.
commercial break?
Yes, no
All right.
problem.
We're going to be right back with Savannah Craven talking about that unfortunate assault and no justice for her through the district attorney, Alvin Bragg, in New York City. But we'll be back with Savannah right after this break.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Chris, good morning. How are you?
You guys are going to hate this one. Fruity Pebbles.
I knew it! I knew it was Fruity Pebbles!
I had you picked for an Applejack
No,
guy myself.
I knew it. Fruity Pebbles is so bad for you. Stop right now.
Mama Dawn is
my
going to
God.
lecture you, Chris.
I now know that I will outlive one person in this audience. I will outlive Chris.
Not Fruity Pebbles.
Because Chris is eating Fruity Pebbles at
Yeah.
34 for dinner.
And Larry buys this stuff, and then I throw it away. It's the battle in my house.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, welcome back to 1210 WPHT. Tom Hazelby sitting in for Kayal and Company. I have my guest, Savannah Craven, on the line. She's a pro-life advocate. She does man on the street interviews, and she was interviewing someone in Harlem, I believe, when she was assaulted. And I think what makes her crime, listen, people get assaulted all the time in cities, towns, and schools or whatever. People fight and hit each other and do awful things to each other. But this crime, because it was on video, the way it was, you would think, just as an average citizen, that this would kind of be a slam dunk in when you would take it to the prosecutor's office. And I know New York is full of, and Savannah, what happened to you was awful, and New York has, tons of other, terrible crimes occurring. But I just think for the average person, they would think that such a blatant crime on video and happening, it was, just out of the blue, you get slugged and then get hit in the face with the phone. People would think that would be like a slam dunk for the district attorney just to get that processed and get a conviction on it. And I mean, I don't know what level of a felony it was, but a misdemeanor seems like just a bit of a write-off. So How did they explain it to you? And then what was the mishap? They said it was a clerical mishap. Is that why you didn't get any justice through the district attorney's office?
Right. So after I found out actually through my assailant's Instagram story that the case had been dropped, because I had been collecting evidence of her, making fun of me, talking bad about me, and just more evidence of showing no remorse for her actions. And she posted on there, I believe it was July 23rd, thank you to my attorneys for dropping my case, no criminal conviction. And I was shocked because I had heard literally nothing from my district attorneys, the ones that are supposed to be representing me, keeping me in the loop. And then I started messaging them, emailing, my lawyers had called, and no response. Absolutely no response with emails, texts, calls. And I said, wow, very, very interesting. These people don't even want to give me an explanation as to why this could happen. And so after my lawyers looked more into it, they realized that they had missed the key filing deadline. They had, quote unquote, accidentally missed the key filing deadline to present the evidence so that this case could move forward. And I think you and I both know, with the history of Alvin Bragg's district attorney's office, that there's no way that this was an accident. And what was even more shocking, yes, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, had the story gone viral at that point, that Alvin Bragg, was it a public story at the time when Alvin Bragg knew it was a public story, and then all of a sudden there was a clerical mishap? What's the timing on that?
Yeah, so he dropped it July 23rd, and then in September, once we had all of the details about what exactly happened, that's when I decided to post about this happening. It had a little bit of a delay because, of course, everything that happened with Charlie and just me, trying to make sure I have all the evidence together. I wanted to do it at a time that felt appropriate. And once I had all the details. And so it did take quite a while to realize exactly what had happened. But basically, the DA assigned to my case, he's not even a member of the New York bar. And he was able to work on my case due to a student practice rule, which should only be used for very minor offenses, not an internationally recognized story where I literally have been interviewed by Sky News multiple times and on, places all across the world. People know about this tragic story because it's not just an injustice for me. It's an injustice for anyone who wants to go out and freely speak their mind under the First Amendment. And I was just so shocked that they would have the ability to do something like this. In a place where it's supposed to be so diverse, this is supposed to be a free place, and I don't even have the ability to safely go out and protect my right to free speech.
Well,
they will rather protect criminals.
I only got like 30 seconds. Have you moved this into the civil suit realm right now, Savannah? Are you looking to get some type of recourse through the civil suits, and how is that going?
Yes, it's going well. These things take time, but I hope to get my money back for over $3,000 in medical bills, and also just send a message that, this is, if you decide to do something like this to someone, it is going to follow you for a very long time. So you better be prepared to deal with those consequences.
Well, Savannah, I'm going to wrap it up there, but, I hope you get your recourse through the civil courts now, since the district attorney in New York City definitely dropped the ball on you. Intentionally, maybe it was maybe it was an accident. I don't know. I doubt it.
Yeah, exactly.
I doubt it, but you should have got justice, because people see that and they want to know that people get punished for that. So thank you for coming on. We're going to go to break, and we're going to do our final fourth hour right after the break.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-990-1551. That's 800-990-1551.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart? I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters. Love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
PHT, Tom Hazelby sitting in for Kayal and company. Savannah Craven. That case, that video, that's what I wanted to, find out how all that went down. And let me tell you that she could take a punch because she kept videotaping. Her husband kept videotaping afterwards. If you watch the whole thing, there's a couple of clips on YouTube. Anyway, 9 o'clock. We've done 3 hours already. This show, I've been doing a lot of these 4 hours in the last week, and this one's going quick. We're already into the 9 to 10 hour, and I see Barry Sable from the Barry Sable and Friends show every Sunday at 10 o'clock in the morning is Barry Sable. Barry, you're on the line. Thanks for calling the show.
Of course, Tom. A healthy and happy New Year to you
your wife Renee, and your family. How are you, my friend? I know you've talked all week. You're unbelievable. You are a modern-day historian, Tom.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I'm actually getting tired of hearing myself with all the work, and I got one more to do tomorrow, 8 to 9 on the Tom Hazelby Show. We're going to be talking about David Berkowitz. Do you remember the Son of Sam in New York?
Of course.
I know. Yeah, so this amateur researcher and a retired detective are going to connect him, and the police in New York City it seems like they're agreeing with him that when Berkowitz was 17, he shot 5 people in another neighborhood, and it was a crime. They never put the two crimes together because he would go on his other serial killing spree 4 or 5 years later at 23 or 24. So we're going to do that on Saturday. And thanks. I'm glad you called in. I get to promote my show when you called in like that, and I get to promote the topic. Well, what are you seeing out there?
Well, let me tell you, as you know, I'm away for a few days. I escaped the snow and the rain and the sleet. I wandered down to the Dominican Republic. The last few days it's rained, but it's a great vacation time. It's a great time to be away if you can. But I want to make a comment. This is probably the first time in history that one radio personality has been taking notes on another radio personality for another show. I was up early. And I have accumulated 5 pages of notes.
Oh, God.
And I have to tell you the truth. You had a great show today. You had great guests. And frankly, I know that I'll call you semi-retired. I decided that I believe you could be a Florida tour guide. All we need to know is where the people live, the superstars live, their houses, and you could be a tour guide. Who knows more about West Palm, Jupiter, and Florida than you?
You know what? I could do tours down there, and I only talked about Palm Beach Island. I didn't get to Jupiter Island, which has a whole other type of history. That's where Tiger Woods lives, Ernie Els, all the big golfers, the big. It's kind of that South Florida because of the weather, obviously. That's where a lot of the big shots like to go and live and hang out. And as you know, I know you've been down in that area. It is a beautiful area. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah. Hey, Tom, can I tell you a Trump story about Atlantic City?
Yes, absolutely.
So as you know, I've done some construction from the ground up in the Ventnor area, and I needed an engineer. And my architect suggested, I won't give you the guy's name, it's not important, but he suggested this engineer, and after we did our plans and he did all the maneuverings of what it takes to build, as I say, from the ground up, I asked him, did he ever have any doings with Trump? He started to laugh. I said, do you have any story about Donald Trump? Because there's a lot of malice thoughts that he beat a lot of people down the shore.
Yeah.
So this guy tells me this story that Trump calls a meeting for 9 o'clock in the morning. And maybe there's 10 subcontractors there, all the different mechanicals, electrical, framing, all the subs. And some people come in at 5 after 9, 7 after 9. He waits patiently, says anybody that comes in next week late is off the job.
Wow.
So the following week, they all show up 10 to 9. Nobody wants to not do that job. I think they were building Trump Plaza at that time.
Right.
And it was very interesting, Tom, and that's not why I'm saying. It's very interesting because when he went to go get paid, he had a bill for like $125,000. And I think he got $50,000, upon signing. And then when he went to get paid, he thought that he'd get a smaller portion and would have to go back and get his money. He went back, and the gentleman that was doing the paying of the payables said, Mr. Trump, loved the job you did. And frankly, he wants to pay you in full. So, for people that worked for Trump, I would imagine, that did a good job. And the reason I make mention to that, one of the unions billed Trump incorrectly that they were working on a Saturday and a Sunday. None of the unions were working Saturday and Sunday. He told them, you want to get paid, you go back and correct your bills. Hey, Tom, this is just what exists, I guess, in the world, my friend.
Yeah, no, hey, listen, and that's business. I like that you brought that up. That it's an interesting, that the thing about Trump not paying all his vendors, but a lot of people have to understand this too. Well, first of all, that helicopter crash where he lost his executives, the banks took a bigger role in Trump's business after that accident, and it was a chaotic time. And real estate developers, because you have bankruptcies, every individual project is their own LLC because you don't want to bring down your whole organization. And development
That's right.
and development is a high risk business. But I think a lot of these rumors started with you're a subcontractor for the general contractor or the general contractor's subcontractor. You lay down bad tile and it's crap. Trump's people come to inspect it. They say to the general contractor, I'm not paying for that. Have it redone. The general contractor's like, that subcontractor stunk. He just screwed me up. He fires the guy and doesn't pay him because he now has to come in and fix it. But when you're at the bar having some drinks with all the tile guys, it's a lot better to say the guy that screwed me was Trump. It makes the story better. And I think I definitely think there's some of that. And I do believe in this industry and you know it because you've been in the building trades, and you were also, the king of diamonds in Philadelphia. Let's not forget that, the Diamond Authority. But you know that better than anyway. Sometimes things go wrong and projects go bad and you put them into bankruptcy. Some people take a haircut. It's the way of the world. If you've been in business, that's part of it. And mostly in developer business. It didn't happen much I'm in the broadband business. People would go bankrupt and not pay us. But there's a whole legal process for that. But that industry specifically, it's a high risk business. What else you got, Barry? What else? You're sitting down there in the sun. I'm sure you've been thinking.
No, I have 5 pages of notes, pal. So let me just comment to you. I just want to make one comment, and then I'll move on from construction. I have other things I want to talk to you about. I have to tell you, when I built 9 homes, and it doesn't matter. I built them in the Roxbury area, and then one home leaked water. And I called back for the contractor. After you paid somebody, they're done the work, they want to get paid. There's holdbacks on money, and I'm sure that Trump had holdbacks. And the bottom line is that I called a guy to come back and fix the roof, and it was he was gone. He no longer was involved with that corporation. He opened up a new corporation, and I had to fix it on my own dollar. So I understand construction, and so does everybody else. And nobody knows better when you're building skyscrapers. But I want to go on, if I may, and talk to you about Paul, because I had an interesting story down here myself. And Paul was an indication of somebody that's not educated in how they think. So I'm sitting in the hot tub the other day, and there's 4 or 5 people, and I always ask people where they're from. And sitting to my right is some people that were from Minneapolis. And I didn't even get a chance to have that conversation. Another gentleman came in and was telling us a story that he was part of the services, Air Force, and that he said that Trump is a pedophile.
Yeah.
And I said, well, really? Really? When was this? He said, well, he walked into the dressing room and accosted this lady. Now, obviously, we know what a pedophile is. And at that point, those people left the hot tub. I left the hot tub. What are you going to do, Tom? People that are uneducated just don't know the facts and they don't know the history of things. And frankly, if you accost somebody as a pedophile, you're going to end up in trouble in the clinker. It's not a civil case, as you know.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. And you know what? It's what my bigger concern is. Listen, the Democrats and people are going to say whatever they're going to say, and even people. Unfortunately, there are some people that just happen to believe it because they heard it on a certain newscast, ABC, or they just listen to the biased media. And then there are people, they're just, most of those people, I think, deep down know he's not any of that.
Of course.
But they have to weaponize it because they're just so frustrated because this guy is, Trump is really running the table on a lot of things. He's doing, in this first year, he's done a lot more than I thought he could do. And, I actually have, I reviewed before this show all the things. So my thing is there's so many good things he's been able to accomplish in the first year. And one thing we have to worry about, too, is people wanting on our side, wanting too much too fast, because life doesn't work that way. And it never does. You got to be patient, and it's about percentages. In the end, we're not going to get 100. If you get in this climate we live in today, as far as political climate, if Trump gets 70%, 65%, you know what? That's a win, and I'll definitely take that as a win.
Yeah, but I got to tell you, Tom, every time the guy opens up his eyes, he has a new situation on his hands. I mean, all of a sudden, Minneapolis. I mean, we could talk about that. I don't know how much time you're going to allot me here this morning, but I just want to continue with my notes.
Let's do this, Barry. Let's go to break. Let's go to break and let's come back on. We'll do a little Minneapolis or whatever else you have on your mind down there.
I reserved this whole hour for you, Tom Hazelby. You've got me. You had me at hello.
All right. So you sit there in the sun, and we'll come back for another segment. This is Tom Hazelby on 1210 WPHT, sitting in for Kayal and Company. We're going to break. We'll be right back.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by University of Maryland Global Campus.
The new year is a good time to take a look at your credit card, says Bankrate's Ted Rossman. You can start by dumping cards with higher fees.
If you're paying a fee for a card you're not using much, it's time to downgrade to something else.
He adds you should check on your credit card benefits. That's because you may be sitting on a gold mine.
Maybe it's unused credit card points. Maybe you have cash back sitting around. Sometimes you can redeem for gift cards.
I'm Rob Hart.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 skills-based degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev. You know the rush when you reach that goal? When something you've worked for pays off? That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at tra.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back to 1210 WPHT. Tom Hazelby sitting in for Kayal and Company this Friday, January 2nd. And I'm joined, calling in from the Dominican Republic, is WPHT's own Barry Sable every 10 o'clock, every Sunday at 10 o'clock. Barry, you were just about to get into to Minneapolis, and I think we haven't even begun to peel back the onion of what went on in Minneapolis. But what were you thinking about that?
No, but I just want to make one comment, if I may. You know, you had touched base with Joey Merlino, and you know, we've all rubbed elbows with many various type of people, especially when I had my store, judges, doctors, lawyers, ball players, athletes, entertainers, they all came in my store. People from the streets came in my store. And, the next thing you know, you get parlayed into a situation where you are buddies. So I want you to know my attorney called me right after you mentioned that, and I can't be hanging out with you anymore due to Paul saying that you're one of the guys. So I want you to tell Renee I'll be missing you because I don't want to be one of the guys.
Yeah, one of the guys. Hey, listen, one thing that's different that Paul probably would not, I don't think he would get it, and he's not here to defend himself, but who cares? I'm only kidding. But when he says, I think what people don't understand, MAGA specifically, unlike the old Republican Party of the country club, corporate people, they didn't really care what the working class and the middle class were saying. They were just, they'd feed them whatever they needed to feed them. But there was not a lot of diversity in opinion and in thought. Now, when you get to MAGA, I have some of my best disagreements and arguments with my friends who are part of MAGA. Because, when you want to fix problems, you're going to have a lot of different opinions on how to do it. But I actually believe the people of the right have a far more diversified opinion and plans than what the people on the left are eating every day. It's just the same old stuff.
Course.
It's all
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
Tom. Now, before I go on to Minneapolis, because, we've talked about that off the air, I will tell you one thing. I spent a lot of time with Will Smith. I have story after story after story. And one of these days while you and I are sitting at the beach or fishing or something like that, I'd love to tell you the stories. But that doesn't mean that I was part of the slap of Chris Rock. I mean, people just interpret things incorrectly. So I know that on the streets they're going to be saying that you're probably bodyguarding Joey Merlino in your spare time, and we both know that's not the truth.
No, I just sat next to him on a plane twice, but and listen, his the moniker Skinny Joey Marlino, he is skinny. He's a skinny, spry guy. But enough about my travel partners with the mafia.
You go. I do want to talk to you about Minnesota and Minneapolis. We did talk off the air, and frankly, I thought you did a masterful job in explaining to what is exactly happening there. But what really bothers me is to take you down another foxhole. Is how did this happen? And I understand, and I get it. You think that the people that came over from Somalia, and I'm sure there were some people that were highly qualified experts in their fields and came here prepared. And that may be so. And I said to you the other day, if a person of minority wants to go get a banking loan, I mean, they have to, put forth their two young children, their eyeballs and their ears to get a loan. Here, this happened rather quickly. And frankly, from my standpoint of view, there was a tremendous amount of assistance, whether it's federal, local, and people knew what they were doing to scam this. And the American people have been scammed through the wazoo. And I'm disappointed the CIA, the DOJ, and the Secret Service, and whoever else may be, it took them so many years to catch up to this. I think it's despicable. I mean, do you know how much money $1 billion is? Yeah. $1 billion, I believe, correct me, is 100 million. And it could be far exceedingly to that. And nobody caught on, and it took a young rookie, this guy Nick, and the gentleman he was with, to bring this to foresight. This doesn't make any sense to me, Tom A.
Yeah. Well, first I want to say this, and I agree, and I think there could be a lot more there. We do know that the politicians in Minnesota did not want any heat coming down on the Somalian community, and who knows if there's some financing of campaigns there. I went into that yesterday. But the first thing is ripping off a private company or a private bank is very difficult. Ripping off the government, because our federal government is incompetent. It's much easier to rip off a government than it is to rip off a private bank. And I always think of the Small Business Association, those loans they give, and there's a lot of fraud in them, but at least they let private banks manage it, and they manage it and they get a fee to do it, because anything that you can directly, when the government starts giving out the money, the PPP loans are a perfect example. China took billions of it, I think. I think people would be surprised how, if you got some knowledge and some chutzpah, there's a lot of scams that easily rip off the federal government. It's just tougher to do against the private sector. But I agree with you. I don't know who knew what and when. I will say this. Kamala Harris's team, when they went in to get Tim Walz as the vice president, they had 400 whistleblowers at the Minnesota Health and Human Services. 400 out of 2,200 were barking up the tree saying, there's a bad fraud activity going on. Usually you have 5 whistleblowers, not 400 of a department of 2,400 in Minnesota. So my question is, where you say, like, there's got to be more to it, and I agree with you. I can't wait to see if this leads to, and this is going to go international, where I was talking to a federal prosecutor this morning, where the money went internationally to. That's going to be a whole other thing that's going to come up. But Kamala Harris, I'm interested in knowing what their campaign knew and how they avoided not knowing, because they do a lot of due diligence on these vice presidential candidates, and there were so many people talking in Minneapolis about this fraud. So, I agree with you, Barry. There's going to be, in the sense, there's a lot more to come on this, and I'm worried that. I'm not worried. The only way you fix things if it gets exposed. And I wouldn't be surprised if this starts leaping from one state to the next, where we're going to see similar fraud. But we're going to have to see. But I like finding it, because you can't fix something if you didn't see it first.
Well, here's the point, though. You got to borrow money from the bank, and I'm in construction. I mean, honest to God, you have to put up an arm and a leg, as I say. I mean, all kind of collateral. These people open up businesses. How shoddy, if it starts with federal funding, how shoddy is the federal government in not doing any checks and balances? Doesn't somebody go out there like they do on a job site, make sure the foundation gets in, get paid for the foundation, make sure the framing goes in, get paid for the framing? Who was checking the balances? Who was the checks? I mean, like a bank does. Who was checking any of this? Nobody? You know what this means to me? You had mentioned to me off the air, Congress was approving certain funds. Well, does that mean the left and the right are in cahoots? Because, frankly, when you look at your politicians and you see a lot of these people walk into that position making $175,000 a year, and their accumulated wealth is call it $100,000, and 3 or 4 years later they're worth 25 or 30 million, and nobody investigates them, Tom. There's no IRS audits for them. They're above the law, and a guy on the street that absconded with $7,000 from the IRS, it has to go and defend that. Something isn't making sense in our country to me. And I was telling you about the lady, escapes my mind for a minute. You know who she is, from Arizona. And she was saying, when are we going to hold people accountable?
Carrie
and was
Lake.
calling out Trump in this administration. Go ahead. What's her name?
Yeah, that's Carrie Lake, who ran for governor
Yeah,
and senator.
Carrie Lake,
And
yeah.
people should know she does work in the Trump administration.
Yes.
Yeah, she's working in the Trump, and she's absolutely right. Listen, Barry, one thing and we don't disagree. One thing, the federal government is so big, it's so out of control, and chopping it down to size. And believe me, it's in the Trump playbook, and it's in the Trump play, and you do it with money. And Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, he's got I've read what he thinks about how money is put into the U.S. economy, and it's not through the federal government, but it's not going to happen overnight. But you're absolutely correct. It is a disaster, and no one is checking. That's the sad answer right there. And I was talking about that in the infrastructure bill. And you're right. Republicans voted for that fraud. And they had $45 billion to bring internet to places where you can get it from Starlink and 5G.
Yep.
And I was in that business. But I know it's a mess, but we're going to have to be...
So then let me ask you, Tom.
Yeah.
Let me ask you. So all we hear is that a bill is put forth in front of Congress or the Senate, 900 pages, for Christ's sakes. 900 pages, you got to be kidding. And they expect in 24 hours these jokers to read this thing, know everything that's in it, and sign off on it. Who is kidding who?
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
No, it's a mess. But one thing we have to be optimistic about is that we got our president there. MAGA's, we got our guy in there. And this time, the team around him is not looking to backstab him. And it's only been 1 year. It's at least we're going in the right direction with the leadership in Washington. So, you know what? We got to hang on tight.
Tom, let me ask you, you're an optimist. And when it comes to certain of these things, I've become a pessimist.
No, I get
Why?
it. I get it.
Because I don't see anybody being held accountable. Look what happened to Letitia James and Comey. They couldn't even get that simple legal process on track and do the right thing. Those cases were dismissed. I don't know if they've been opened up again, and all they have to do is reapply for the shoddy work that they did. How can you? That's a nothing situation in comparison to this. $1 billion is misappropriated, and nobody knows where the money is, where the money went to Somalia. Yo, Tom, I think the American public, I can understand why people get alienated, don't want to vote, and want to just stay home and say, I'll let the cards lay where they lay because I can't be effective. And yeah, I do feel alienated, and that's the end of that. The big boys will have to take care of what happens in the future. I understand why people don't vote. They don't vote.
No, I get it. And some people who don't vote don't even know what we're talking about because they're so tuned out of politics. And sometimes I have to remind myself of this. But before I let you go, I want to just give it a little bit of a positive spin. They're not done with Comey, and they're not done with Letitia James. And in the big picture, like you just said, Trump's got bigger fish to fry, as they say. But you know what? We have another 3 years, and then I think we got to win again. So that we're gonna have to, like, it's a startup in a way. It's like we're starting in a whole new country. Like any entrepreneur with a startup business, there's so much bad stuff that happens in the beginning. You got to keep chopping. But Barry, great 2 segments. Love having you on. Everyone listening, 10 o'clock every Sunday morning. Barry Sable and Friends. Barry, great having you. Enjoy that vacation and get back in the hot tub. We'll talk soon.
You got it, my brother. Thank you, Tom. Take care.
See you, brother. We'll be back right after these messages.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
The smartphone has made us stupid. We live in a society where you are just programmed now to have this thing in your hand. It's like an addiction. It's like smoking or drinking. You don't even know you're doing it. How many times are you in a setting where there's zero reason for you to have your phone in your hand? It's almost become a crutch in society to avoid social interactions with people.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, I'm Judith Light. So there you are. It's flu season, and you're over 65 like me. You're having another busy year. So much to do, so many roles in life to play. But you feel like you might be forgetting something serious. Your annual flu shot. And before you know it, it's too late. It's not just the aches, fever, and chills that last for days and days. The flu can be life-threatening, especially if you have chronic conditions like diabetes and heart disease, which can worsen with the flu. Being active and healthy alone won't protect you. The immune system weakens with age, making you more susceptible to the flu. If you're over 65, ask about your vaccine options, including one made specifically for us. An annual flu shot is the best way to help keep the flu away. Visit the National Council on Aging at ncoa.org/flu to learn more and talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccine options for people 65 and older. Again, That's ncoa.org/flu.
Dawn Stensland here. Happy Honda Days. You've heard me talk about my family and 7 different Piazza Hondas. You can get your clearance deals on select 2025 models at Piazza Honda, like 0.99% for 60 months on a new Honda Ridgeline. Lease a new Honda Accord for just $229 a month, or a Honda Pilot for only $399 a month, both for 36 months. Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, PIAZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
To buy your home, you became a house hunting ace. Learned about loans, scoured neighborhoods, and asked the right questions. Now you're queen of your castle. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll feel empowered to own your retirement like you own your home. Go to aceyourretirement.org. Because when it comes to clearing financial hurdles, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
This is Edward James Olmos. Did you know that today 1 out of every 4 American kids is Hispanic? That means many of the future doctors, engineers, and entrepreneurs of our country can be your kids. We all know how hard it is for you to send them to college. This is why many support you. And the Hispanic Scholarship Fund helps you prepare, plan, and pay for your kids' college education. Learn more at hsf.net. Brought to you by the Hispanic Scholarship Fund and the Ad Council.
As a doctor, I see patients every day who are losing their vision and independence to age-related macular degeneration, also known as AMD. It's the leading cause of blindness in adults 55 and older. Some of us are at greater risk for AMD. If you have blurry vision or blind spots, they can be symptoms of AMD. If left untreated, it can lead to blindness. The good news? With early detection, AMD can be managed with effective clinically approved treatments that can reduce or even reverse some vision loss. Learning that you have AMD can be scary, but there's hope and help. The Foundation Fighting Blindness is researching and developing treatments and cures for AMD. To get your free AMD information packet, contact the Foundation Fighting Blindness today at 1-800-BLINDNESS. That's 1-800-BLINDNESS. Join the fight against AMD, because together there is a cure in sight.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Welcome back to 1210 WPHT. Tom Hazelby in for Kayal and Company. Just wrapping up with Barry Sable. He'll be on Sunday at 10 a.m. and I'm back tomorrow from 8 to 9. And that's the Tom Hazelby show every Saturday. So I'll give that a plug, and the Old Gravy podcast if you want to hear more of me, but I'm sure a lot of you have got enough of me, because I feel like I've been living in this radio station.
That's why I said you should camp out, outside of our studios in the Aramark building on Market Street.
Yeah, Aramark could have brought me a meal.
There you go.
That's what they do. But anyway, it's been a fun week. I love I love guests. I like having our guests, and I like them to be a little bit outside the norm. So that's all. But you got to work extra hard to find those.
This is true.
And during the holiday week, you got to really dig in. You got to really dig in to do that. Earlier in the show, I was going through some of the lies, I guess, of the left and the media. Over the past year and the past couple of years. And I didn't get through many of them, but there is so many. And what's so good about it, when you go to review it, it kind of reminds you how awful they are. like here's one right now that I'm looking at. For years, especially under the Biden regime, before Trump came in and started leveling with us about what was going on with Russia, Ukraine. When Biden was there, it was always at, just a little bit more, and Ukraine is going to drive the Russians out of Ukraine, and that was like kind of, keep supporting, keep that flag flying on your porch because support Ukraine, and we're going to drive the Russians out. And that brutal war is nowhere near over unless Trump is able to cut a deal. Thousands are dying, and this one person from Ukraine, and this is only one person's opinion, was my country is bleeding out. Many who reflexively oppose every peace proposal believe they are defending Ukraine. She's talking about the globalists. And I don't know who this person is, but I think they do have some credibility. But since I just picked it up, I didn't have time to research it. So let me say what you just said. Every peace proposal believe they are defending Ukraine. Everyone who opposes these peace proposals. And she goes, with all respect, that is the clearest proof that they have no idea what is actually happening on the front lines and inside the country right now. So this Ukrainian is basically telling everybody, and this is just one person, that they're in a living hell with this war, and they got to get peace, and they got to get it quick. Meanwhile, you had our media, you had a lot of politicians, a lot of people on the left, a lot of the Hillary women supporters. That was so unbelievable how so many liberal women were flying Ukraine war flags on their front porches. I see it over in South Jersey. So anyway, I knew when Trump came in with Ukraine, cleaning up someone else's mess is always a disaster, especially when it comes to war, because war is one of the most messy things that mankind can get involved in. And it's even far worse than what's happening in Minneapolis. That's something we'll get our arms around. Hopefully we can fix and we can adjust. But when people go to war, and we have plenty of history to prove it, from World War I to World War II, Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, war is so messy. And when you inherit a war like Trump did from Joe Biden, man, it's tough to put that genie back in the bottle. And, Trump, I kind of said he oversold that he would fix it in a day. Hey, no one's perfect, and he shoots big, but he was wrong on that. And it's who knows when this thing is going to end. But I can assure you the Europeans aren't going to send young Frenchmen eating baguettes, or some Italians drinking wine, or the local Englishmen down at the pub. None of their young men are going to go over, or young women are going to go over there and fight for Ukraine. So the Europeans should be working harder on getting this fixed, because no one's backing up how ambitious they are about war, or how ambitious they were about war. Trump's taken a lot of that ambition out, because now he's making them buy our weapons, and they're also realizing they can't play the tough guy routine with Trump, because he knows he's telling the world just how ugly and bad this is. Here was another thing that came out, when we list all the things that happened in the Biden administration. The auto pen. The article said Joe Biden was Pinot. He was president in aim only. And it became, these revelations are starting to become clear, that the auto pen seemed to be used for everything. And it does make you question with the auto pen. Though I went through this before on another show, trying to get anything overturned that was signed by the auto pen, trying to get some type of conviction. You would then have to get all the Democrats to coordinate you who were with Biden running in and using the auto pen to sign his name. So we definitely have to lower our expectations, because I really don't think we're going to get anything out of the auto pen. But it is frightening that a president could be in such cognitive decline and not be able to tell you what's going on. What was another thing they had on this list? Nearly every House Democrat voted against a bill requiring documenting proof of U.S. citizen to register to vote. Democrats insist there is no need for the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility. That was a law they were trying to pass, and every Democrat to the man said, you know what? We don't need this. We don't need it at all. We just keep letting in thousands of people and giving them driver's license, and don't worry, they're going to take it upon themselves to be honest, even though if some Politico from a precinct come in offers them a Dunkin' Donuts gift card to go get coffee, if they can get them in there, get them a ballot that they can then pick up from them and put it in. But it is amazing that all the Democrats voted against that. But this is the important thing. States are getting forced to clean up some of this. And I do believe there is an improvement definitely between 2020 and the election we just went through, because if they didn't improve it, we would have probably lost again. So obviously we are making strides. So I'm optimistic because you have to be, because you want things to get better. And if you go down that rabbit hole that there's these big forces, we can't deal with it, we can't handle it, then nothing's going to get done. But things are getting done. And when we come back, maybe I'll go over some of the things Trump has gotten done already this year. And we'll take that break. And when we come back, I'm going to try to bring that to you, what Trump has gotten done in the last year.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, January 14th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. You know, my business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
The thought of my sons growing up without me inspired me to quit smoking.
I talked to my doctors, and then I threw away all my cigarettes, ashtrays, and lighters.
I started exercising instead of smoking.
Staying away from alcohol when I was first quitting was key.
I kept on trying, learned something each time.
Do whatever it takes.
No matter how many times it takes.
We did it, so can you.
For free help, call 1-800-QUIT-NOW. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and CDC.
My name's Kayal. I joined the Army at 17. When I got back from Iraq a few years ago, I became pregnant and ended up homeless.
No veteran should ever face homelessness. The U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs is working hard to end veteran homelessness by the end of 2015. VA offers programs to help eligible veterans stay healthy, find a job, and secure or maintain safe, stable housing. With a simple call to 877-424-3838, specialists can connect veterans to the services and support they have earned, regardless of their branch or era of service.
My life works now. I got help from VA, and now I'm on a mission to share these resources.
VA is here to help. If you or a veteran you know is homeless or at immediate risk of becoming homeless, Call 877-424-3838 or chat online at va.gov/homeless.
At St. Jude, a family never sees a bill at all, not one bill. Your focus is supporting this child. It's like the world has been lifted off of your shoulders.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
PHT, Tom Azelby in for Kayal and Company, wrapping up this 4-hour show on January 2nd. We're gonna have Phil Omquist coming in, and we're gonna do This Week in Music History. You know what? Let me ask Phil. I'd like to kick that off right now. I think you guys have heard enough of my politics. Let's get into some rock and roll, but I gotta give Phil a minute to get organized over there, because he probably wanted to wait a couple of minutes. Of course,
I was going to let you talk about Trump and his accomplishments and all that kind of stuff. I mean, you're the host. So
I'm more interested.
I'm the host tomorrow night. So
I've heard enough of me. Honestly, I have heard enough of me.
I thought you did a great job this week. Every time you've been on, that's been great.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I want to hear, what do we got going this week in music history?
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, January 2nd, we celebrate the birthday of Doug Robb from Hoobastank, who's 51. We also lost Randy California from Spirit in 97, David Lynch from the Platters in 81, and Jay Traynor from Jay and the Americans in 2014. Sing the Cood Running on Empty by Jackson Browne in 78. Out in the Cood Different Light by the Bangles in 86. Also in 71, George Harrison became the very first Beatle to hit #1 with a solo album. In 69, police confiscate a shipment of John Lennon and Yoko Ono's album Two Virgins, since they claimed the cover, which showed them to be naked, to be pornographic. In 75, a U.S. District Court judge allowed John Lennon and his counsel to access his FBI files in his ongoing deportation case. And in 2017, Arnold Schwarzenegger outs Carney Wilson on the very first episode of the new Celebrity Apprentice. But lastly, a couple Elvis things, since I think Linda Kearns might be listening. In 65, he was atop the album chart with Roustabout, and in 93, Elton John logged the song in the Hot 100 for the 23rd consecutive year, breaking Elvis's record. See you tomorrow night for Kayal and Company. I'm Phil Omquist. Yes, Tom. I see you looking to me like you want to ask a question.
No, my mind was going about the
John Lennon, the FBI.
No, it just the Mamas and the Papas.
Yeah.
Who was the woman that you mentioned?
Carney Wilson.
Carney Wilson. So John, was she related in any way to the Phillips? Or was she in
Wilson?
Wilson Phillips. That was the connection.
Yes, the connection was, yes.
Okay, so
you're close.
Okay,
in the ballpark.
Well,
but
I'll tell you why. So there was Mama Cass, the Mamas and the Papas.
Yep.
And then Papa John married the blonde in the band. What's her name? Michelle Phillips.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, you want to hear something about Michelle Phillips?
Sure.
Okay. I'm working as a stagehand on Search for Tomorrow back in the 1980s. I've been suspended for college. That's a whole thing. Only for the winter session. It's a great story for another day.
Sure.
But Michelle Phillips is the guest star for the week. Even though she was a musician, musical person, Mamas and the Papas, she was married to Papa John. She's there. She's 40 years old. I'm 20 years old. I've only liked college girls at that point in my life. But when I saw Michelle Phillips at that week, every day going to work, I would, unfortunately, I would stare at her like a mental patient. I mean, she was very, very attractive. Very attractive. So anyway, that's a little of my connection to the Mamas and Papas. I was staring at Michelle Phillips like a crazy man. Let me ask you this.
Yes.
What band haven't you seen that you would like to see?
Well, they're touring this year, Triumph. So I can't wait for that tour.
Give me a little background on Triumph.
The top 3 Canadian bands of all time behind Rush.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
They're a great band.
Yeah, and are they are one of your favorites or just
No, I
someone
mean, I
you
have
need-
so many favorites, but you asked me who I haven't seen.
So
I have seen so many
Yeah.
that there's the bands I haven't seen is a
It's
select
smaller-
few,
Right,
yes,
right.
that are still playing.
Right.
That's obviously the caveat there too.
What are some other great Canadian bands?
I mean,
Brian Adams, I think.
You start with Rush. Rush is the
yeah,
first one.
I agree.
And then it really kind of falls off after that.
You know, Canada.
I mean, Neil Young, if you like Neil Young, I like
Yeah.
Neil Young a little bit, depends
So-
on solo acts too, so.
So basically, what you're saying is Canada has a deeper field of comedians than they do bands.
Yes, I would probably agree with that.
Yeah, they really do. That Second City Television out of Canada, you think of all those, John Candy, I don't know, we could go, there's a whole list of them.
Well, YouTube, we've been talking about SNL for, a good half hour on there, so anyway.
Oh, yeah.
I got to let you go.
All right. Aykroyd, he's also Canadian.
Yep.
All right. Well, we covered a lot in these quick 2 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, thanks for joining us.
All right.
Thanks, Phil. Appreciate it. This has been a busy week. I really enjoyed it. I love the chat in the YouTube. Good week. I'm back tomorrow, 8 o'clock, 8 to 9. Hopefully, if you're around on Saturday, listen in. Have a great weekend.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind a